Good morning, dear participants. We have come to the last day, the final day of the revised basic course workshop. So something to rejoice about. We are not going to be torturing you anymore. Today will be the last day. And so with that, let us start with a quick recap of the things that have taken place, occurred on day 2 of the revised basic course workshop. I now invite Dr. Rukma Mandari for, yes. Yes, ma'am, please do come. For a quick recap on the events that occurred in the morning sessions of day 2.
The first session was Dr. Padmini, who gave us a lovely presentation about presentations. So we took a lot of points back home. So we knew about the PowerPoint had to have 6 by 6 by 6 rule, which I clearly had not followed before. So I'm planning to do that from now on, and then definitely the white background in a brightly lit classroom with a black font, or if it's a dimly lit room, we have to use the black background with white fonts. And definitely we should not use colors, which I used to use. So now I'm learning a lot of things. And definitely she has talked us through the merits and demerits of all the various teaching methods like the chalkboard and the OHPs and all the old techniques of teaching, but now the new ones as well as the PowerPoints go. And she also told us the various tools of or the apps that we can use to assess the students at the end of the class. So that was also an eye-opener. I had never used those tools before. And then we had Dr. Ullas Shetty, who made various conversations in various languages. That was also quite humorous. And then we took over, then Dr. Rupa took over and taught us about the various small group discussion techniques that we can incorporate, like the buzz group, the fishbowl technique, and role play, jigsaw, brainstorming, and snowballing. So I won't go into the details, but those are all the various techniques which we can use for small group discussions. And then finally we had Dr. Arvind, who showed us the various methods of assessment, and also about the quality assurance as to how to do audits and keep up, with the kind of class that we are supposed to take, and then the various methods of assessments, like how to formulate MCQs, what are the mistakes we have made before, and how to actually frame the works before we should not confuse the students during the exam. So make it to the point, and well-framed questions have to be formed so that they can give objective answers, and we correct them objectively as well. So that was the morning session. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Rupma. May I now invite Dr. Chandrasekhar to unfold the events that occurred in the afternoon on day 2 of revised basic course workshop.
Good morning to all. Afternoon, even though it was a little sleepy session after the heavy meal, but still Dr. Shodhan tried to awaken and make us with the writing a lesson plan. And before we plan for a theory or a practical class, what the components should be there in a lesson or some topic just been given. Even though we'll be allotted 1 hour, we don't take 1 hour, we take 40 minutes, but still we make sure that we complete 1 hour portion. So the components of this lesson plan per topic per class will be like a competency, that was the topic we are going to take, and also target audience, whether it's first year, second year, MBBS, and so on. And the learning objectives, and the resource matters what you're going to take, whether you're going to with the chalk and talk or with the audiovisual aids. Then we have teaching learning methods. The time frame has been given so that you can summarize the classes in the allotted time, so based on the SLO. Then there's a formative assessment, like this is just feedback, but still we are assessing student. On the contrary, we are assessing ourselves. Because if they repeat what we told, at least 50% of the things what we taught, then that means the purpose is served. Then finally we are going to evaluate with the student feedback and also the teacher's feedback. The second session was on the internal assessment and formative assessment conducted by Dr. Sharath. So he tried to throw a light on developing a plan for internal assessment and formative assessment. So he has given a various procedures, and the first thing is he told about the documentation of the work, because as per the famous saying, it says that unless you document, it does not exist. It didn't happen. So various way of the documenting and the assessment has been thrown light by Dr. Sharath based on the documentation work or direct observation and discussion with the individual about the case-based studies, the feedback on the performances, assessment of knowledge skills, and also finally we have to preserve the records. This we have to show when somebody comes to assess us that what we have delivered during the course. So this is the afternoon sessions. Thank you.
Okay, finish. Good morning, my dear friends. So, 2 years back, when the COVID restrictions were lifted and students were back to college, I was told by Francis sir that you have to take an ARTCOM class. I did not know anything about ARTCOM. In 2017, we have taught about one class in Kozhikode, in Rbcw training, but that I was long forgotten. I don't know what to do. But I took a risk because I always say, those who risk nothing, do nothing and become nothing. So I took a risk even though I don't know anything about that. But then I troubleshooted. I called Dr. Nagesh from MEU, Father Muller Medical College. He's a good friend of mine. So I called, sir, give me some PPT. I don't know what to do. Okay, bioethics. So what to do? So he gave me a PPT. He just had some 4-5 slides, that's all. So what to do again? Back to square one. Okay, I have to take 1 hour class supposed to be. Then I asked my friends in the college, how you did that for? Okay, they said 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes. That's all. Okay, because nobody is aware how to take the AdCom classes, how best it can be done. Okay, because all these are new things we are introducing and we are yet to evolve over a period of time. So then, that was my first class for that batch. So I didn't want to, I want to impress. Okay. So, but after 1 hour of the class, I was still not completed. Okay. So it was on and on and on. So, but I made an impression. It was a very good class. At least I enjoyed it. Okay. But anyway, you can't satisfy everyone because you are not masala dosa. Okay. So. Okay, so that is regarding AdCom sessions. Okay, attitude, ethics, and communication. Earlier, this was not there. Ethics was not there. E was missing. In 2015, when MCA released this, it was only ATCOM. Okay, attitude and communication. Now ethics is added, and it is called AdCom. Okay. So what is this? Why we have to teach? So objectives of this class is demonstrate the understanding of challenges in teaching. We know what are the challenges in teaching ethics, because this is not the syllabus what you teach, or this is not what is given in your books. Okay, the proper lesson plan which is given in your books. Okay, what is subject? This is like out of subject. Okay, ethics. But NMC has done very fantastically well, because thanks to those people, because they have given all details. Okay, even the lesson plan, everything is given. How to take, what is the assessment, everything is given in AdCom book. This which one I have shared yesterday. Please open it. Okay, not now. I will tell you later. Then next, develop learning assessment method for teaching attitude domain. So though it is difficult, but it is given fantastically well by the NMC. Okay. Next, integrating these things. When you practice, when it becomes integrated, it will come automatically. Maybe after 3-4 years of taking AdCom classes, it will become a habit. So this is the roles, clinician, leader, communicator, lifelong professional. If you see the communicator, this is one of the core. Okay. So how to teach this? Again, AdCom is required. Then to become a professional, again ethics is required. To become a leader, again attitude is required. Lifelong learner is also an attitude, and clinician is conglomeration of attitude, ethics and skill all together. So ethics, attitude and skills, knowledge, everything together is a clinician. So in the sense, all these 5 things, roles require AdCom. So attitude, ethics, communication, should this be taught? It was not there earlier. Okay, this is the new thing. This is not there earlier. Shall we teach this or not? It was not there. It was hidden curriculum. What is called as hidden curriculum. Okay, we just follow our role models. This was what was there earlier. We follow our teachers. Okay, their good habits. Okay, maybe sometimes bad habits also. Okay, because invariably we will be impressed by those things. Okay, and the bad things attract more. Okay, if you see the newspaper, bad things will be the first. Okay, that's because negative things attract more. That is what. So should this be taught? Hidden curriculum. Okay, we used to follow the role models, but nowadays difficult to find role models because that type of commitment nowadays is difficult. Now earlier my teachers in my medical college were so good. Okay, so ethically, professionally correct. Okay, they are dedicated, disciplined, determined. Okay, everything was there. But nowadays, desertion or there or erosion of values, we can't help it. Anyway, should this be taught? Yes, there is conclusive evidence to say that it should be taught. Not role modeling. Okay, it was the only thing before. Role modeling was the only thing we follow our teachers. Okay, what values they inculcate, that is it, like Gurukul system. Okay, what the value Guru says, we will inculcate the same thing. So, but now explicitly we have to teach it nowadays because that NMC has told, and then what the studies have told that you have to teach it. Okay, explicitly, not implicitly, just by imbibing the character of a good teacher. Okay, that's what. So we will teach it. So this is affective domain. Okay, if you see Bloom's taxonomy, this is heart. Okay, here the affective domain, and attitude, motivation, willingness to participate, valuing, feeling, emotion, professionalism. Okay, degree of accept rejection, incorporate discipline, communication, ethics. Okay, humanities. All these things are the affective domains. Now they have given beautifully that book which I have shared, and the same thing. Given this one, first year number of modules 5, second year 8, then 5, 9. Okay, number of hours. So much importance given to ADCOM. This is because currently it is more important than before, because we are losing out in communication. Because everything is now typed message or call, WhatsApp, whatever it is. Okay, the communication problem is nowadays there. That's why the MNC has come out with a beautiful solution. Competencies 1 to 39 core, which is must know, others desirable to know, 40 to 54, desired to know, non-core. So what is the competency level? It's know how and mostly show how. So these are 50-50. 50% is know how, another is show how. So there is separate attendance. I see most of the ADCOM classes attendance is not sufficient. Most of our students, I don't know what others did. We have to give. Okay, I see 50% attendance in ADCOM classes. There is a separate attendance. Is also aware. Okay, there is separate attendance for the ADCOM classes. So we have to withhold them if the attendance is not proper. Okay, 75% or separate attendance is required. So summary, the first year we are teaching about doctor patient, the clinical exposure, adopting a family, okay, all those things are there, and whiteboard ceremony, so many things are there in first year. Then ethics, the second year ethics, bioethics basically, healthcare team, the third year ethics, and medical errors, non-fiduciary fiduciary duty. Then fourth year medical legal aspects, ethical situations, dealing with death, medical negligence, doctor-industry relationships. So this is in summary what are the 39 core and other non-core competencies. So teaching learning method, how best we can teach this ethics, attitude, communication and ethics classes is problem-based learning. This is what they have given. They have given, if you see that ADCOM book, it is given the clinical vignette or real life scenarios. Okay, a patient comes to hospital, okay, he says, I don't want operation, what will you do? Like that. This is the common situation you encounter. That's what the NMC has given. And so they say problem-based learning. Okay, this is the most appropriate thing to teach ADCOM. Then case discussions again. Then student narrative, reflection and narratives. So what are the teaching tools for teaching ADCOM? Because this is a new thing. We have to use case vignettes. This is the most thing. Most of our ADCOM classes are based on case vignettes. Okay, the case, real case. Okay, real life scenarios are given over the patient. Okay, then movie clips and documentaries can be shown. Book reviews, mock ethical meetings, field visits, storytelling, standardized patients, feedback, guest lectures. Of course, anchoring lectures they also given. And all these competencies, if you see, there is something called SDL is also there. Self-directed learning is also there. Okay, that's suppose 4 hours, 1 hour for lecture, 1 hour, 2 hours for SDL. Everything is given. So then ward rounds, with ethical with whether respect to the patient, okay, whether greeting was done, all such things. Newspaper, of course, if you see newspaper, all unethical things or doctor assaulted, all such things will be there. That can be discussed. Assignments and projects, student seminars, of course, the role play. One of the best way to teach attitude domain is always role play. Student narratives, of course, they can reflect on it. Okay, what is their view on the this scenario? Okay, what you already taught or what their role play done. Okay, they can always write, and they can the same thing can be incorporated in a logbook and reflections. Okay, e-portfolio also portfolios. Then, so this is what all the competencies given in that book says. With the background information, why it has to be taught. Next with the case. Next list of competencies. What are the competencies also given? The level is also given. What is the point of discussion also given? Assessment methods and resource. So what is the reference also given, and assessment method, formative or summative, both are given. Most of these are formative. Summative, of course, is a teacher, you can go in for short notes also, theoretical aspects. But mostly it is formative assessment. Like for example, I have taken this foundation of bioethics. This is what I taught the first time. This one, of course, all these are know-how levels. You can just ask the questions, what is autonomy? Short notes or long questions or these things. So this is the background and what are the competencies. Okay? This is what you have to teach. They are told. How we have to teach? Of course, most of things are up to us only. Yeah. So which year? How many hours? Content, assessment. Of course, it's just a theoretical know-how level. So you just have to discuss. Then resource also given. So similarly, all bioethics continued another one. Okay, background, competency. Yeah. So group formation, case, introduction, self-directed learning. This also there. Anchoring lecture, one lecture, and then case resolution, summary, sum up. So this is how they given the case also. Okay, all these cases are real life scenarios. So here is a patient who doesn't want to reveal whether the cancer is there, lymphoma is there or not. So they have the point of discussion also given. This go on discussion or role play, anything can be done. Assessment, of course, formative and summative also. So plan to execute. This has to be done by the AdCom committee of the college. They have to distribute which department. Some people may video department. So ethics, okay, forensic can do. Or most of the things are done by first year. Okay? They are very enthusiastic. So they do most of the things. Anyway, then second year it comes up, sir, this have been told in first year. Okay, you are repeating again. Okay, most of things are told in first year. Okay? And a lot of overlapping will also be there. But first year they have taught very well, because I see in second year, sir, all things are told already. Okay, your first basic foundation also they have told, next also they have told. Okay, anyway, but who will teach is a question, but that has to be treated by the AdCom committee. Okay, next repetition is also there. We have to have a skill lab also for this. Then assessment, of course, it is given by NMC. Short notes, of course, these are know-how domains. Most of these are know-how, just theoretical questions can be there. And you just observe what they have done. Okay, project, seminar, role play, whatever they have done. Summative short notes, ask me. The best thing about this assessment, clinical communication, ask me. Okay, so that is the best thing, ask me. There you can observe knowledge, skill, attitude, everything can be assessed. Okay, something like 360-degree evaluation. Of course, how to assessment during the next class. Then observe the performance, give the feedback. Below expectation or average or above expectation, those things are remedial measures if they are not performed well. Because core competencies, you have to say they are up to the mark. If they are not up to the mark, you have to repeat. Okay. Then competence acquisition, logbook and narratives, reflections. That of course they come to you for signing that logbook, everything, portfolio. So assessment via audio-visual materials, This is what exactly done by Dr. Pranov Quadros. Last week I was judged for a video competition. The first year they have taken the how to be a good doctor, or that is the first ethical module. That was beautifully done by Dr. Pranov. Peer observation and team observation, assignment, project, student seminars, role play. It's again and again role play is coming. Portfolios, their reflections. We have assessment also like this. So for everything we have assessment rubrics are given. It's available in the website also. Okay, if you search in the Google rubrics, how to assess a seminar, how to assess a role play. Okay, everything is there. If you see the Bloom's taxonomy, it says the level 1, 2, 3, 4, last one is characterization. So you can grade able to do or not able to do. Okay. For everything it is there. Challenges of teaching at home. We have a lot of challenges because this is a new thing. Okay, we are not experienced. Ideally, this should be given to the best teacher or the very experienced teacher, because the communication part, ethical part, experience do matters. Training of faculties, another hurdle. We have to train in ADCOM modules. Separate ADCOM modules should be conducted. And resources. Of course, it is labor intense. We need lot of resources. Okay, we have to train, and ideally it should be in short, small groups, not large groups. Okay, large group one lecture, anchoring lecture is there. But again, most of this communication, I think we have to assess individuals. Okay, so then time is an issue again. We have tight schedule. First year also, they say they do only for 10 months, isn't it, madam? 10 months. First year, earlier 1 year, it has to happen in earlier days of 1.5 years. That become 1 year. Now it has become like 10 months.
It's 1 year.
1 year is there, madam. But foundation, then due to COVID, they joined late. You have to exam is same in January, something like that. By the time it's only very few months, you have to teach everything. Then sustainability, over a period of time, you will hit the stasis level. Okay, we have to, after taking some time, we have to innovate. Then relevance, condition-based assessment. Okay, whether it is relevant, whether it will practically they apply it or not, or they are just coming to ADCOM class for the sake of attendance or what, whether they really implement it or not is another question. Okay. Now, resistance the faculty able to implement it. Okay. Who will take this ADCOM classes? Again, difficult. Changing the mindset of the students, whether really it affects or not. Okay, study needs to be done. Of course, challenges are there, but they have given very well. This is the completed logbook. Okay, so you have to say below expectation, meets the expectation, or exceed the expectation. They will come to you with the logbook, portfolios. You have to sign these things. Even interns are already coming to you for signature. Okay, feedback received. Okay. So completed, repeat, remedial. Okay. So because core competencies should go for the remedial measures. If they are not up to the mark. Like again for another case, like delivering a bad news, okay, death or amputation, whatever it is. Again an important question in USMLE. It's a very that is one definite case we have in USMLE. Okay, out of 12 cases, one is definitely this one delivering bad news. The spikes model given by Dr. Robert Buckman. So like everything is rubrics are available. How to assessment is given. This is whether we have to see whether they have in these steps we have to teach them and whether they are following this or not. Okay, all these are available in net 6-step model. So this is again Kalamazoo consent statement that 7 criteria they have given a clinical assessment. The clinical communication, how the patient-doctor communication can be assessed. This is the conference, Kalamazoo conference. They have decided that these things should be taken when doctor-patient communication occurs. A clinical encounter, doctor-patient relation, how to assess. These 7 things have to be assessed. You can assess by Likert scoring also, like 1 to 5 or 1 to 10, whatever it is. Okay, 1 to 3 is poor, 3 to 6 is average, and more than that is a good thing. Okay, that can be Likert scaling can be used for each of these elements, 7 elements. Okay, so scoring can be done. 1 to 5 also can be done, or 1 to 10 can be done. Likert scoring can be done. So this is Kalamazoo consensus for clinical skill assessment. Then personality assessment test is also there from Mississippi, University of Mississippi, personality assessment test. professionalism assessment test is also there. That of PAT, okay, professional assessment tool is given by Mississippi. That's also something like ethics only, professionalism. Finally, whatever we teach, at the end it comes to role modeling only. Okay, they follow you. So watch your steps. Okay, you have to be good. Okay, so you are teaching ethics without following ethics, then nobody will follow. Be a role model, not just model. Role model. Okay, because it is said that Vidya Guru Nam Guru. Okay, if you learn the education from the Guru, then only it is called education. Otherwise, it's not education. Okay, so always be humble, not arrogant. Okay, you go on step by step, but then you become arrogant. Okay, it is said Vidya Dadati Vinayam. Vinayam Dadati Patatam. Patatam Dadati Dhanapuroti. Dana Dharmam Tata Satam. That means Vidya should lead to Vinayam. That means education should lead to humility and humbleness. If that is not there, it is not an education. Okay, so finally, you have to be a role model. Whatever we teach, they will forget, but they will follow us. Okay, even in your DP also they will see. Okay, your social media also they will observe. Okay, your students will observe your social media also. Okay, so be careful about that one. So I just want to show some of the videos which the first year have done amazingly well. Just joined freshers. Okay, I could not believe that they could do this. Thanks to all to Dr. Ponu, who's here. Okay. Just watch these videos about the. Can you open the page number 18? Something like that. Mobile break. Sorry, media break. Open your mobile. Page number 18. So what does it mean to be a doctor? Okay, page number 18, yes, correct? What it said? Okay, okay. Your connection is not there. Anyway, just see the video about that. Just watch here. What it means to be a doctor by first year freshers. Just join. Volume. Okay, send requests together.
What is meant to be a doctor?
So you can use innovative methods at go, as you know, role play. Now I request Dr. Padmini to say a few words about reflection and narrative. Okay. Anyway, we have our experienced member, our observer. Madam, please say something about AdCom teaching in your college. I request Dr. Lakshmi Jain to say a few things about AdCom modules in their college, how they have implemented. We can learn from your experience, madam.
Like sir said, I'll just share my experience of what we have done at Yenapoya. My first question, before I share my experience, do you think you should be teaching at college? Why? Sir was mentioning, right? First years do a very good job, second years are also okay at doing that. Why? Lack of communication. We'll take a separate session for communication. A workshop, full day. Will it help? How many types of communication can you think of? How many types of communication can you think of? What all do we communicate? Verbal. So as doctors, we communicate to patients. As teachers, whom do we communicate to? Students. Any other communication we do? Body language, right? That we do everywhere. Whether it's to students, teachers, our colleagues, patients, everywhere. Fine, what else? Electronic communication, right? So we have a written communication in which there is an electronic communication, the letters, the applications which are written in the SMS lingo, right? There are innumerable types of communication if you come to think of it. Do you think that can be covered in a day? I cover it in a day. It's like this workshop. What has this workshop done? Sensitization. It has not made anybody expert in any of the category. Exactly the same thing goes with AdCom. So taking this into view, at Yenapoya, we decided a few basic guidelines. The sessions, they are all divided phase-wise. So there's an AdCom committee. Each, thank you. So there's an AdCom committee which we have. I'm audible. I am following Kumar's advice in making sure I don't strain my voice because I have a very bad vocal hygiene. Okay, I don't know about that, but I do have. So taking this basic guideline that each one of us, no matter what our branch is, should be involved with teaching of AdCom. So to me, AdCom is much more than communication. It's our ethics, the work ethics, the professional ethics. Attitude is something, you can change the attitude of a person. What do you say, sir? To some extent. Okay, but isn't that the commonest statement? No matter what I do, these students will not change. Basic attitude may not be changed, okay? You really believe that, sir? No, I know we say it as teachers, but I'll tell you something. 50-50 is the answer which I'll go with, because although we keep complaining, we can't change attitude, but we do see changes in attitude. Okay, I'll give you a very simple example. Every day morning when you come, and so many students must be crossing you, do they wish you? No? No, I know. Some of them. Do they wish you? Some? Do they wish you? Absolutely. And what happens the day after exam result comes? I pass through you and not look at you.
Sometimes it's those people only who wish after passing.
Okay. So they may continue to wish after passing also. I'll change the question. How many of you wish your students?
We say 100.
Make eye contact. Are you role models then? Yes. So why do we wish acknowledgement? Hoping that that student will learn this is the way to do, this is the way to behave. We don't stop wishing just because my student doesn't wish. My etiquette, my attitude remains the same. And I continue to be a role model, hoping our students will contribute to do the same. So attitude, the first A, I personally believe it can be changed, maybe not drastically, but yes, changes can happen. In some instances we change. Ethics can be taught. It has to be taught. Can I ensure somebody to follow ethics? No. So what do I do then? This goes waste.
So at least you are setting training the guidelines or training the what is the right ethics.
What is the right? Maybe we are going towards legality.
Otherwise they go through peer, they go based on peer pressure. Or
Okay,
peer
okay,
opinions.
okay.
So we have to bring up clear cut.
So we are giving them clear, if anybody has done any ethics course here? Anybody has participated in any session where ethical dilemmas are being considered? Now, usually it's a session in most specialty conferences also. Has anybody seen that or heard about that?
Clinical practice.
GCPs, okay? You have come across ethical dilemmas
Yeah,
during GCP?
Yeah.
As clinicians, as teachers, I'm sure a lot of times we have come across. This student must fail. But my college result will go down. One of the biggest dilemma we all face as teachers. How can I pass this student who is not competent? But then there's a pressure from above. Make sure your results are crossing a certain line. Biggest ethical dilemma all of us have. As clinicians, surgeons, so many times there are targets to be fulfilled. This patient may be borderline, but it's okay, I'll advise more in favor. This patient is telling me, sir, you decide, ma'am, you decide. I become the fatherly figure and I decide you need a surgery. I take away the right of decision from the patient. We all do it. I'm a surgeon, I know I do it. I'm 100% sure you will agree, we all do it. Then what ethics are we talking about? In fact, the biggest dilemma when we say guidelines in ethics is, any ethical discussion, they'll say, there's no right or wrong. Am I right?
Yes.
Then what guidelines, sir? I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why this still is there. The word sensitization. Let me be aware of what these things are. Let me know what are the pitfalls I can fall into. Let me understand. Me, I'm first talking about myself as a teacher, as a doctor. Let me understand where I can go wrong. If I know what are dilemmas I face, maybe I can teach it better to my students. So that's the basic principle we must remember when we are talking of ADCOM. What we did at Yenepoya, we have a ADCOM committee which is headed by a convener at the central level. Besides that, each phase-wise we have ADCOM phase-wise coordinator. That ADCOM phase has got one more person from each department. So this particular ADCOM team, for example, I have a phase 1 ADCOM team, a phase 2, a phase 3 part 1 and a phase 3 part 2 ADCOM team. The topics are already given by NMC. So the step 1 which we do, logistically speaking, is we divide the subjects. RGHS has done that job for you. I think there's a 1800 page document which has recently been released about the phase 3 part 1.
I'm not here.
Yes, I think it got released about 10 days back or so, maybe 15 days back. I have come across it, which gives what each subject, what is the component module which is going into your particular one. Why is it required? Sir had mentioned something about assessment. What that means is, in your subject paper, that module will be asked in the form of a short answer question. Okay? So that is why it's important to know what are our modules. You're all lucky, being in RGHS, the guidelines come from now. So you don't have to sit and decide, do you take ethics, I'll take this. That's a big challenge for me. Because we are a deemed university, we need to do that level of planning also. Okay, how do we go about training our faculty? How do you know about ethics? Besides your practice. You're an obstetrician, gynecologist, right? How did you learn about your subject? MS? Learning stopped? Patients have taught you? What else? I heard you're a specialist. What's your specialization? Cosmetic gynecology. I did not even know that exists. How did you come to know?
Media.
Media.
Yeah, but there's no course here, so I went to Delhi.
I come again. What did you say? There's no
Course in Mangalore.
course in Bangalore.
So I went to Delhi.
So you went to Delhi. Any other person I have who is a specialist beyond the MD, MSs, what we all do? Anybody else who is specialized in anything? Need not be with a degree. Sir? Yes, sir.
I did the statistics course.
Very nice. Sir, may I know your specialty? Pediatrician. All right. You did a statistics course.
It's an online certification course.
Okay.
So, statistics from the IIT, Mumbai and
Super.
Madras.
Super.
Online courses.
Okay. Okay.
I'm interested in mathematics.
Wow. Good. Good. Can you handle your PG statistics?
Yeah,
You
yeah.
can.
Not as a practical, because
As practical, sir, right?
the statistician to that, because there are the
They are more skilled at that. But you can, when you look at a table, you guide them. Right. Anybody else? Dr. Yes, ma'am.
MBA in healthcare sciences.
MBA in healthcare sciences, that's my type of thing. Why did you do that?
Just
Why? There always is a why, you know. Nothing in the world is without answering the question why.
actually I was a diploma. DMB I was not clearing, so I was little frustrated. So I wanted a job because completely I can't go into private practice because of commitment.
So you
I
decided
can't
maybe
be
this is a-
forever in a medical
Okay,
college.
okay. So
did
maybe
that
I can
part
answer
time
your why as a professional development. You mentioned you.
Cosmetology and trichology, hair transplantation.
Wow. He has good hair, okay? I don't think he has transplanted them, but why did you do that?
I know
You're in pharmacology, right? How does it help you?
it had good money, hair
It
transplantation.
had good money.
So
Do you
per
practice
follicle
it?
around 100, 110. Now it is
Wow.
just 30 or 40.
Did you practice it?
Huh?
Did you practice it after doing the course?
No, I didn't practice. I just practiced for around maybe 15 days. I went to a
But you
village.
still did it. Did you pay for learning that?
Yes, yes.
You paid, and he still not got the money. He's still not got his investment back. See, what I'm coming to is, we all have our basic qualifications. When you decide you would like to upskill yourself, whatever your branch be, whether it's something totally different like MBA, it's something specialization in your own branch, or it's something totally unrelated like statistics or hair transplantation. Ethics is not separate from us. Communication is not separate from us. So there are always avenues, paid, unpaid courses where we can improve these skills. So one thing which we insisted upon, we are still doing, we are still working on it, is getting our faculty to be trained in these skills. We are lucky we have a center for ethics at our institution, where quite a few of our faculty are trained. Even besides that, there are courses from IIT, there are Swayam courses, there are courses on Coursera. One advantage of all of these, you may do the course, you may or may not have to pay. You pay for certification. Many of them are like that. I have done innumerable courses, I don't have a certificate. But it was always for my own self. The ones where I wanted certificate, I paid also. Right? So it depends. Does that certification add value? I'll pay for it. If it doesn't, I'll not pay for it. Right? So step one, build yourself. Once you know, once you're MEU, do you have a ATCOM or an ethics center, something like that in the college? We have a bioethics center here. No, ethics committee is there. Not IC. Other than that,
Ma'am, we have institutional ethics committee and animal ethics committee, but
That's
nothing
all.
like a center.
as a bioethics center.
No.
Okay, because
so it is managed in
fathers.
Department of Pharmacology, and we have the convener here,
Sir.
Robin.
Okay, sir. All right. Okay. So.
And Chandrasekhar sir is for animal ethics.
Okay. So there are two things which are ethics committees which are related to proposal clearing, that's different. But we have things called as bioethics centers. Okay? Yeah. So they are there in our own city. We have certain places, certain universities, colleges where they do exist. They have positions called as chair in bioethics. KMC has it, Fadulas has it, NITE has it. NITE recently hosted a conference, it was 5.0, Students Ethics Conference. Yenagoya doesn't have a chair, but it has a center for ethics. What I'm telling is that you need not travel to Delhi. You need not do it online. You can go around, look at YouTube videos, one of the biggest resources, upgrade your skills. The moment you know a little more, one thing which we kept on insisting. Have I succeeded? Not fully. But some steps we have taken in succeeding is, we always have lesson plans. Now after 3 years of ADCOM, and I started ADCOM in my college way before CBME told. So I had 5 batches, 4 to 5 batches of ADCOM without the word ADCOM. Right? Before CBME made it mandatory, so all of my phases were totally ready to handle when ADCOM became mandatory. So now, in fact, my final year phase, doctors are confused. We are already doing it, why are you changing the topics now? Because they were doing it. So point 1, role modeling, scheduling, which will happen from MU or RGHS, right? You know your topic, look into it. Look into it, develop your own skill. Last point, what I would say here is, how many of you are book fans? Bibliophiles? Nobody? Please don't disappoint me. Okay, one. Thank you for raising your hand. Superb. And we have lots in common. We know that. We are good friends. Which is a recent book. We have read Amish Tripathi. What are his series about? Shiva Triology. Anybody has read or heard about it? Heard about it? What have you heard about it? You have only heard the name. You want to tell me little, just 2 lines summary of what it is? He has humanized Shiva. Then? No role modeling, he's not a role model, okay, but he's a leader, not a role model. So I'll tell you what, I am a bibliophile, I love movies. Every movie I see, I connect it to ADCOM. When Bahubali came, the second Bahubali, because the first one I had not seen, I saw so many things related to this workshop. So I will pick up from there. This particular book of Amish Tripathi talks about a character, Shiva, Lord Shiva, who has been humanized, and how he belongs to a particular tribe. He comes to save India. Lot of things are there. There are lots of ethical dilemmas in that. I don't know, read the book. Anybody is a movie buff here? I'll tell you why I'm asking. Pathan, anybody saw Pathan? No, Pathan didn't have too many ethical dilemmas, it was different. No movie buffs. Seriously. I really need to find out what do AJ faculty do after. Yes. Ram Setu. I have not seen, but I think I know what it is about. Any ethical dilemmas you found?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you just share in 2 sentences, like, I'll get the mic? I'll tell you why I'm talking about it.
The movie was about whether to save Ram Setu or.
So Ram Setu is the mythological bridge,
Is the
which
myth-
is in the movie. In the movie.
Exactly.
In the movie.
Exactly. The word they want to remove the word mythology.
See, I have touched a nerve here. Very nice. Okay.
So they want to remove that. They want to destroy that bridge.
Bridge which is there.
So
Alright.
that the ships can move through the economic zone.
Okay.
And it was unnecessarily politicized. And in the end of the movie, they told that it was built by Sri Ram.
Done.
Okay. I mean,
One ethical issue.
ethical-
One ethical issue. Or not just ethical, anything related to what we talk about at home. You would have seen the module, gone through, so many readings are there. Anything in that movie, just think about it yourself. I'm sure you have watched movies, even if you're not movie buffs. English, Hindi, local, regional, anything. Anything where attitude of a person was depicted in the movie, where communication gaps were depicted. Munna Bhai, I was going to come through that, one of my favorites. I'll come back to you.
And in this
movie,
attitude maybe, because even though people were going against him, he is an archaeologist, sorry, what do you call it?
He was a geologist.
Geologist.
Yeah. Atheist, no. I think something like that, right? He was a non-believer converted to believer.
Yeah, he was a non-believer. Now
I started watching the movie, then somehow I left it.
it was a good movie.
Yes.
He was a geologist, and since he is a scientific person, he tries his best through his attitude to give an explanation to this
So,
part.
what would be the adjective with which you describe his attitude?
Change.
Change. Change is what I do. So, can I say he had a very positive, a go-getter attitude?
Yes.
A resilient person who did not bend down to whatever was happening around him.
Yeah. The issue was politicized, just
Fine,
so
fine,
the
no.
movie also.
Oh, okay, the movie also, all
The
right.
movie also, it was,
So if you see this interaction, for a minute, you're my student, he has seen a movie, this was a conversation between a teacher and a student who has seen a movie. I'm just trying to elicit what he felt. Dr. Padmini was supposed to take a session on reflection. This is exactly what reflection is. I don't want a summary. I asked him to give me the summary in 2 sentences. It's me asking the other question, what did you feel? When he said attitude to, I want to get that word out. And then I want to know what impact that attitude has on the student. That's reflection. Right? Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. I don't want to come there. We're having a panel talk. Munna Bhai. One scene from Munna Bhai which stays with you, which speaks to you as a doctor. Jadoo Ki Chappi, all right? Why? So when I say workers and subordinates, the people who are not paying him high, not the private for patients, fine. What does he do?
Treat them with respect.
He treats them with respect. One scene, anybody, I think everybody would have seen Jadoo Ki Chappi, Munna Bhai MBBS. One scene where he treats them with respect. Anybody?
Sweeper.
The sweeper, he gives the chappi, okay. Any patient? Who's that guy? What does he do? What were the students doing around that bed? Case. And what does he come and say? इसका नाम है कुछ. I don't remember the exact. He's not a subject नहीं है. Do you resonate with that? It changed you as a person. How do you, you're which branch? Anesthesia, fine. So I can't say how do you communicate because they would be but still, you do the pre-anesthetic checkup. When a patient comes back to the world, you do say hello and hi to him. How do you do that? You're Did it really change you?
Yes.
Alright. You are okay with a person who's not qualified to be a doctor, pretending to be a doctor?
I mean, it is a part of it, but
No, but you're okay with that. I love the movie, nothing against it. As a doctor, as a trained doctor,
the knowledge should
should match
the ethical component.
The attitude.
There should be an all-round
attitude, all-rounder.
We like
So
him
he
basically
should
for
study,
that.
obviously he should study.
Obviously he should
has some
study.
theoretical knowledge.
Right? He should have a basic qualification. We talk of quacks all the time. Yeah? We talk about Ayush practitioners practicing allopathy and vice versa. Isn't that an example? So when we say Munna Bhai, we only think of Jadoo Ki Chappi. We love the empathy which he shows. Right? So again, a conversation between a teacher and a group of students. What I did one-on-one can actually be done in a group way. Yesterday we were talking about brainstorming. So, thank you so much. Thank you for sharing your thoughts. So, yesterday when we were talking of those small group teaching methods, they work superbly well for at home. Use movies, use books. Anytime you're using a movie or a book, know why you're using it, the intent of using. I can use Munna Bhai for multiple things. But this particular session, what is my reason of showing Munna Bhai? Remember the content which is there. Content should be suitable. There might be some foreign language movie, some regional movie, which might be controversial. I'm not using the word political, which might be controversial, which might have obscene language, which I would not want to see with my students, neither will student want to see me. I know they have the privilege to do it at their time. Don't choose such movies or content. Know the context. The context cannot be something which is totally different from what we are.
Now, what if we have two kind of attitudes? I mean, I would watch a movie and I would like that particular thing, and then there would be another person who will say absolutely opposite to what I mean. He would like
Yes,
the movie and the character.
that's exactly why you have movies.
So when we do that, how are we? I mean, are we supposed to let them have their opinion, or should we just change?
So I come back to one word which is called a specific learning objective. So the objective of my session is to tell students what is empathy. Let them understand empathy. I use a model of, let us say, Jadoo Ki Chappi. I say touching a patient, giving a hug is empathy. A foreigner, a Britisher or an American would say, stay away, what are you doing? And after COVID, total no. I won't even shake your hand and you want me to hug you? Get it? So there will always be perspectives. So if my objective was empathy, I showed the movie, I asked them how would you feel if you were in a hospital or if your loved one is in a hospital and the doctor comes and just pats you. As a patient or as a patient relative, don't worry, it will be okay. Does that touch make a difference? In India, it does. That's why I said the context.
No, but there would be another thing where a male doctor coming and touching.
Absolutely, you have got another communication issue. Absolutely. See, that's what I'm saying. Movies open up a Pandora's box. The way, after reading through things, the way you will look at movies will change. That's what I'm saying. I watched Bahubali with some of my friends, my medical education friends. I loved the movie because, not just because of the content, everything which was happening from skill training. Okay, I don't know if you remember. I tell you, I absolutely enjoyed it. We had a parallel movie of our own where everything that was happening, we were making it in terms of medical education or ethics. It is like that. Only open up your eyes. Be open to Pandora's box. These are all interactive sessions. But yes, one tip what I tell everybody is use your resources, the context, the content, the intent. And always end the class back to your objective. Showing a movie, Munna Bhai, is entertainment.
Ashwin, yes, we are teaching ethics. Only it was there in my undergraduate time also, indirectly and indirectly. Okay, now it's officially there is a structure.
Explicit, yes. Yes.
We did so much of ethics, so much of attitude. We one-to-one counseling will be done for the students. I have observed one example, like because you are sharing your experience. Change the attitude of the students. Despite of showing it in glorifying in many movies, the attitude is not changed.
Okay.
There is a word called BCC in the computer. It says behavior change communication. It is prepared to change the attitude of the patient.
Right.
So we do it. The student's attitude, I'm not seeing any change because we experience.
So I'll come back to community medicine. When we talk of behavior change, when do I expect the behavior change? I take a session. The first thing which I'm seeing you is reaction. Kirkpatrick level 1. Right? That's not a behavior change. What is the timeline you look at behavior change? You let me know from.
Yeah. Yes, sir. Since beginning we have taught directly or indirectly
Right.
to the students, but I'm not seeing any change. Recently we faced a lot of issues about interns.
Okay.
And I post them to my rural health training center, RSTC. Many people tell that I want to serve rural people, but nobody was ready to stay in RSTC.
I'll speak in favor of the students. Were your facilities good there?
No, best facility. Yeah.
Okay, then I won't say anything. But I'll tell you one thing. I look at it in a different way. It's my job to do what I'm supposed to do. The change will come. My job to do as what I can do the best. I don't believe behavior change happens overnight. So when I go across my campus, I make a point to wish everybody else. There are times when I'm lost in my thought or running someplace, and then I see others wishing me. I never told them to wish, and these are all random students, random faculty members who I would have waved or they would have seen at me or I would have wished previously. So I think Padmini will agree with me, right? So you just walk across, you start a change, do not expect a change. Ryan, 1 second. Bhagavad Gita, what does it say about doing? Because I'm not so good as sir will go. So, I agree, I fully believe in that. I will do what's my duty, behavior change will happen. Yes, Ryan.
According to me, ma'am, it's regarding this ethics, what sir said. We teach ethics now. For example, sir asked any behavioral change. But as the student goes higher and higher, he gets exposed to more and more people. And those people might be their own teachers, who may not be ethical. True. And that itself can change the student, which I have seen very often. You said about, yeah, today we take an ethics class for a third year student. He comes to final year, he becomes an intern. He sees the postgraduate behaving unethically, in whatever ways, I'm not going to specify. Naturally your mind goes towards that, oh, doing this you gain something. Okay, that person is doing unethically, something unethically. I won't mention what it is. Naturally, like, okay, this is the way to survive. So that is it. Second thing is, sir, you spoke about that students being posted. I think it was nothing to do with the facilities or this. It was, I think, something to do with all the interns not being treated equally. The regular batch, the IR batch, some posted. I think it was something to do with that rather than the facilities.
So I'll stop this discussion because it's getting into specific, which is not the name of the shop. But I'll tell you another ethical or another ADCOM issue which I see here, communication. So you have one perspective, he has another perspective. If I call an intern, they have a different perspective. Communication gap, right? Which is again a part of it. So that's what I'm saying, most of the things, and I agree with what you said, Arun. You're saying a behavior change occurs, but probably a bad behavior affects you more, or a behavior which gives you incentive, also called as instant gratification, right? That makes you happier and maybe you follow that path, but that's what we all are, even I would do that. But isn't that why we are taking this? So that the behavior change which occurs is more towards positive side, not just the instant or gratification or negative. So we need to be role models no matter what we do. Final aspect of what I said is, what you have already done, I came to know about these movies. I think you had Verbatim, that was a debate in which department was it? Biochemistry? Biochemistry? Yes. What was that about? Please come. So I like the name Verbatim because it's a national debate competition, right? Which they have a, yeah, it's actually a name, it's a registered name. Yes, I know because my daughter is a winner at national level. It is conducted in English, Kannada, different state levels. So it's a registered name. What did you do in Verbatim?
Well, this debate competition was held in our department and it was for the first year students. There were various topics that were there for the debate competition and some of the topics that were there were old generation doctors versus new generation doctors. So the students were divided into groups and we had to speak
I have to please stop you. Who's the old generation?
Sorry.
Please say experience.
Yeah, experience and
Seniors. I mean,
yeah, seniors.
50%.
Generation expert.
Yes.
Sorry. And then there was another topic like is language a barrier for effective clinical communication? So that again we could hear different perspectives from students for and against that, and it was a lovely experience.
What did you learn out of the debate?
A lot of
Were you part of the organizing team?
Yes, ma'am.
Your entire department was, okay. Did you learn the skill of conducting a debate?
Yes, ma'am, definitely.
I'm sure
I had the opportunity.
You never had the opportunity. You had your own personal group. And
Yes,
yes,
ma'am,
this.
definitely.
That's exactly what ADCOM does. We all learn, only we don't give it a name. So just think about it, reflect yourself what you learned out of it, and you will see how gratifying these classes are. Thank you so much. Thank you. Alright, so last part. Be role models. Don't be scared to upgrade your skills saying it's not my branch. Phase 1, Phase 2, Phase 3 Part 1, Phase 3 Part 2, super specialists, everyone deals with each one of those alphabets of ADCOM. Upgrade your skills in your own departments. Online, offline, with payment, without payment. Be innovative in the teaching learning resources. 2 examples you have seen happen in your own institute. Reels. You had a competition, pharmacology department. Who's in pharmac department? You had a competition last year. Pharmacovigilance week. You had very good entries. Yeah, and they all managed to get a good number of likes. That can be used for ADCOM. When we have a Insta influencer, right? It should be used.
I think anatomy department also.
Yeah, we showed movies.
Old-fashioned ways such as rangoli, face painting. Old-fashioned I'm saying because they are not what this Gen Z does, but they are also very effective. Branches like ENT and ophthalm. After my sessions, invariably my colleagues will come and tell me, "Yes, such a small branch, these are bade branches." No, it's not. It's not. It's for each and every branch which we have. Think back, we all have dilemmas. We all require communication. Our all ophthalm conferences have a huge session on communication, counseling patient. That's what ADCOM is all about. teaching, be innovative in assisting. So reels, videos, reflections, everything can be assessed. There are 2 bits for them available. Sir has already discussed it. So thank you so much. That's my experience. More than experience, I love taking a session, so I spoke about it. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, madam. Nobody calls the observer to talk, actually. Who will observe? Then for the completion's sake, I'd like to call upon Dr. Padmini for a feedback and narration. Just few words.
Thank you, sir. But I really don't think that there is anything left. Ma'am has told in detail about the 2 words that I intended to speak about. That is, one is a reflection, the other is a narrator. So basically, I want to tell all of us, let us know that reflection will be dealt under 3 main side headings. What happened, so what, and what next. What happened is, that is the way we go about reflection. So if we have these 3 subtopics in mind, we can very well deal with that. And other than the second thing is the narrative medicine, which ma'am told, like, speak to the patient, let the patient tell a story. I know all of you are in a much better place than me to talk about that. Patients as not just the illness, it should not be reduced to the illness, it should be dealt with as a story of the person, and so that there is more humanitarian and empathetic approach. So that is it. We'll go ahead with the next session. I invite Dr. Vidya to deal with the next session.
Can I just have one? Just one. We are talking about. Yeah, I agree with the ethics and what we have to teach. What is happening in the medical, this one, once they pass out, there's a lot of competition as we already talked about from quacks and other things. It doesn't differ us from teaching ethics, but on the other hand, prepare them for the world, because I don't know what is coming up and what the curriculum, whatever says, you have to prepare them also.
That's exactly the word which is called sensitization.
Yeah.
You are aware, you will be better prepared to deal with it and not go down that, or whatever is the challenge. It is that I know this is what happens.
I know, like whatever I have seen, Ayurvedic doctors definitely will have a better practice than the this one, whenever you see. Because, yeah, they are quacks, but our students also have to survive. Because survival has to be done, and even our Bhagavad Gita says you have to save yourself. Right? You have to think of yourself also. Maybe little that side, this side also you can go to survive. So that I just wanted to tell, just a comment. I agree that I always follow ethics and I
that's
do.
why what Ritmasan is also, along with what we said, there are dilemmas. There are things which we know are right, which we know what is practice. Let that be open in front of students. Why should it be a hidden secret, which suddenly student discovers when he goes into practice? All of us know about cut practices, all of us know about bad practices, but we are so scared to tell a student about it. Let them know, let them take a conscious decision.
That's what I just wanted. Like, at least you have to prepare them. See, there are some people who learn by themselves. Like, once they enter, they already know. Like, there are some people who according to the curriculum, they might take some time to, they shouldn't lose out when they come out. So that's what I just wanted.
You need not get into a legal battle to understand how to save yourself. So, thank you ma'am for that.
Thank you very much, madam. Discussion can go on and ad com. Actually, you can lunchtime or nothing.
welcome to another session. So you are done with competency, objective, learning, teaching learning methods. Now let's align assessment to competency and objectives. Okay? So what I want to say is when you are assessing the students, how will your questions be aligned to the objectives? Okay? And the teaching learning methods. So students can escape bad teaching, but they can't escape bad assessment. So what do you mean by bad assessment? What can be a bad assessment?
Poorly framed questions.
Okay, when a qualified person is not taking the exam, okay.
No, poorly framed questions itself.
Qualified questions. Poorly framed, okay, poorly framed. Redundancy of question. Redundancy means repetitive. Okay. Then too many MCQs. Sometimes if he doesn't know that question, it's come 2-3 times. Yeah. Okay. And then using a single grade to reflect mastery of most other degrees. Most other standards. You're giving a single degree, single score for many other standards. Okay? So that may be a bad assessment. So at the end of the session, the objectives are select the appropriate assessment method for various objectives and competencies and appropriately place assessment methods within the curriculum. So today's talk is more about your talking back, it's activity. Okay, so your involvement is required. So can you tell me the difference between assessment and evaluation? Are both the same or is it different? So what is assessment then? Any difference? At least one?
An assessment, we are going to grade it. We can grade the learning. We can quantify it. And we can certify it. In evaluation, we can keep some indicator and then we can observe how successful
they are to reach those goals. Yeah, that's right.
How many times do you have assessment in a year?
3 plus 1.
Numerous times. Whereas evaluation, it is just not actually end of the you are doing it just as a judgment. It's a judgment. Is Department of Pathology good? Yes or no? That's all. Like that.
So don't you all think that assessment is an ongoing process? See, when we speak about internal assessment or formative assessment, it is not just we ask them to write for 3 hours and we judge. It's actually not like that. In CPME, what we have is continuous assessment. Continuous assessment in the sense at the end of the one chapter you give a test, their log books, their record books, how they interact in the class, their seminars. So it is an ongoing process. Okay? So let's see the difference between assessment and evaluation. Assessment is ongoing, it is positive and it gives a feedback. For example, now today you have done one OSCE in the practical session. And after OSCE, I hope everybody does OSCE. And actually, according to the rule, after OSCE, we are supposed to give a feedback. That is the rule actually. You are supposed to tell the student where you have gone wrong and why you have got scored this less marks. So that is a ongoing process so that you monitor him. You know where is he performing, where does he lie in that scale. Evaluation means today's program. At the end you will evaluate how the program went. It is very judgmental. Okay, this is pass or fail. So today's program went like this, so that is the end. It is good or bad, or how much you rate it. So that is evaluation. So it is judgmental and it shows shortfalls. There is no feedback. Whereas in assessment that provides feedback, of course here also you feedback so that we improve in the next session. But in assessment you give feedback so that he improves when he moves further. Okay? So assessment is to increase the quality and evaluation is to judge the quality. Assessment is process oriented, evaluation is product oriented. Okay, so assessment is mainly the process, whereas evaluation is product oriented. Okay, next, what are the purposes of assessment? Write down as many as you think, or you can just tell orally. What is the purpose of assessment?
Improve the
Yes? Yeah, you know whether you're going the right direction then. Motivate the student. Yes? Identify the learning gaps and then give remedial measures so that he overcomes it. Right? So these are the purposes of assessment. So we will divide it into formative and summative. I think this has been taken already. Formative and summative. So formative assessment gives feedback. See, feedback now is very, very important. You go to the restaurant also, after food you have to give a feedback. I don't know, but the previous college where I worked, for everything there's a feedback. In fact, after a class, they were supposed to give a feedback. At the end of the 1 year, students were supposed to give a feedback. And we did one new OSCE pact or something, probably have not heard about pact. Then at the end there's a feedback. So for everything there is a feedback. So give feedback and diagnose their difficulties, and that will motivate the students. Formative assessment is you're motivating the student so that he knows what the shortfalls are and try to improve on it. Measure the improvement in student performance over time. Whereas summative assessment is just pass or fail and you rank the students. And it is judgmental, as I told you. Okay, so this is the difference between formative and summative. Evaluation, as I told you, you evaluate at the end of this program. It is one project you are evaluating, an objective or the teaching method. So as yesterday Dr. Sharad said, when the cook tastes the soup, it is formative. When the guest tastes it, it is summative. Reflect for a minute on the following. What are the different assessment methods you know of? Let's divide it into knowledge assessment and performance assessment. Any knowledge assessment, teaching, learning, knowledge assessment methods you know? Examinations are many. Which what examination? MCQs, yes. Long essay, short essay, Viva. Good. Then performance assessment, OSCE. There are many more. Long case, short case. Then you have heard about mini CEX, CEX. You have heard about it. Clinical exercise. Clinical examination exercise or clinical examination cards. DOPS you have heard about? Yes, direct observation of procedural skills. We'll come to it. So it's here. Mini CEX. Mini CEX. Mini clinical, some for instance, mini CEX also. Mini, so for the knowledge assessment, you have essays, short notes, structured questions. Now, what I just joined this college last year. What I have seen in Rajiv Gandhi is there is no structured question, one word question. And the fellow will beat around the bush and you have to give marks for everything. But actually it is not like that. Even if it's a 10 marks question, you have to divide it at least to subdivisions of 1 mark, definition 1 mark, normal value 1 mark, pathophysiology another 4 marks, clinical, applied aspect another 2 marks. Actually this should be a structured question. Right now I think in physiology I have been seeing RPHS is introduced, but in other subjects it's still there? Okay. Yeah, most of them are not following, but actually should have been structured. Structured questions.
Some examination is there, some examination.
It's not there.
I told you yesterday. It looks like sometimes the young examiner is making a question paper, next time it is older.
No, yeah, that's what. Back to square one. It is easy for the student actually. You don't have to sit and write pages. You just write what 1 mark definition defined, you'll get 1 mark.
If they know.
Yeah, if they know. That's it. Yeah.
Yes, anything you write.
That is what. So if you know, you'll get marks.
If you don't know, you can't
Yeah,
get.
I always.
If you write something, you will get the
Yeah,
marks.
any
That is
favor.
the reason Rajiv is still keeping so that they can pass more.
More students. But that is the purpose of the objective here. If they know, they will get.
That's what. No beating around the bush. Viva OC and multiple choice question. Performance assessment is OSCE. I think most of them will be doing OSPE, long case, short case. Now coming to mini CEX. mini clinical examination exercise or mini examination cards. Now what is this? Here you examine the student, suppose in the clinical setup, okay? You examine him right from the beginning, history taking, his procedural skills, his clinical judgment, diagnosis, his communication and his overall patient care. Got that, sir? Everything from the beginning. His history taking has been, you're giving marks for it, his how he deals with the patient, his procedural skills, his communication, everything has been taken care of. That is mini case. DOPS is only procedural skills.
No, we are giving a card. One card is given to the student. He has to go and do his in front of the examiner. So examiner will just tick.
Checklist will be there.
Certain points. Certain points.
Checklist will be there.
Checklist will be there. You tick it.
Same like OSPACER or OSCE. A checklist will be given. Suppose auscultation for heart sound. One checklist will be given. Probably here it will be like history taking, how he is doing, because I don't know much about the clinical.
You can inculcate it in your logbook. So you say that for one case of say nutritional deficiency, you have to do 3 mini cakes and show it to your teachers. Teachers should sign that card and incorporate it in your logbook. So he has done 3 cases of some case, anthropometric, whatever.
And in many cases, I think some feedback can be given. Right, Arvind sir?
Yes.
In many cases, feedback can be given.
Feedback
Yeah.
can be.
That is the most important.
Immediate feedback.
Feedback. And next is DOPS, direct observation of only we are interested in procedural skills. For example, auscultation of heart sound. The examiner is not going to talk anything. Checklist will be there. Starting on the right side will carry 0.5 marks. Then talking to the subject, patient will carry. So there is no talking. It is just marking. Okay, so direct observation of procedural skills. So next coming to the Miller's pyramid. Is this being dealt with?
Yes.
Yeah. So you know that in 1990 George F. Miller, he was a psychologist who framed this pyramid, especially for students in the healthcare sector. The base of the pyramid is nose, means knowledge. You are assessing his knowledge. Above that is competency, means how he will be able to use this knowledge. Okay, that is competency. Second one is shows how. Procedures, procedural skills, whether in a skill lab, how he does it on a mannequin, does this on a patient. His action. Okay, so the below to knows and knows how is mainly cognition and shows how and does is procedural. Okay. Okay. Now, how do you assess the knowledge and knows how? Can you tell me how do you assess knows and knows how? Knowledge and competency? Essay, short notes is coming. Short structured answers,
MCQs.
Viva, everything. Wherein your knowledge can be checked. Okay, for example, you ask him to list. So that you're checking his knowledge. Okay, list and above that is describe. So that can be only, so the verbs were given yesterday or day before yesterday, I think. Describe, enumerate, all these things. Okay, so that is. Next coming to shows how. OSCE and OSPE. Long case examination. Short case examination. Many-Kex. DOPS. Does? Okay, now you know about Mini-Kex and DOPS. Have you heard about 360-degree assessment? This is what now people are doing, 360-degree. Have you heard about it? It is a multi-rater. You know what multi-rater is? Many people are assessing you. So suppose there is a student in a clinical setting, his peers will review him, his subordinates, the nurse, the assessor, everybody. So you get a multi-source feedback. And he himself. Okay, that is called 360-degree assessment. Suppose you ask him to do one activity. He will be assessed by the nurse over there, his subordinate, his peers, his assessors, whoever. In fact, his patient also. Everybody will assess him and give a feedback. This is a very good thing actually. 360-degree assessment. And of course, at the end, feedback is given. PACT, I think PACT is new here. Not heard about PACT. Peer assessed checklist training. Here, this we used to do in Shema. Same as OSPE, what happens is you have a subject. We will suppose 10 beds are there and 10 subjects are there. Per bed, 2 students will be assigned. 2 students. One is the examiner, one is the examinee. For the examiner, we'll give checklist. For example, Oscar date is hard sound. The examiner will have the checklist. The examinee has to do in front of the examiner. It is peer reviewed. And he will tick what is right and what is wrong. In the end, he will immediately give the feedback. See, this you went wrong here. You did this wrong. You did this right. Okay, sir? And then from there, he will move to the other bed. There is one examiner there. So once he finishes all these 10, they will exchange their roles. So what we found is this was a very excellent method because their own friends are assessing them. That is that bias, the teacher will scold, what they will think about me, all that is not there. They are very free to do what they want. So this was one thing we developed it in Shema, PACT. So peer assist, checklist, training. Okay, now there is one Miller's pyramid here. I have taken example of list the steps of CR. So CPR, sorry. How will you assess this? This is a basic knowledge. In the pyramid, this is a basic thing.
Which one? What will you use?
What will you use for list the steps? What questions? How the questions can be framed? Okay.
Short notes.
Steps of CVPR. That's all.
Yes.
Theory, MCQ, essay, short notes.
Okay.
Yeah. Next, we'll give go one step ahead. How will you analyze it? Describe CPR. What will be the questions asked?
You will have to frame the questions as such. Describe.
The verbs were given, no? Try to use oral, theory, MCQs, case scenarios. Okay? So your knowledge is done. Next we'll go to the skill level. Demonstrate CPR in the skill lab on a mannequin. OSPE, logbooks. Okay? Next is does on the patient. Demonstrate CPR independently on accident. OSPE mimics multi-source feedback. This is 360-degree assessment. Multi-source feedback. Same thing you can do for MTP, lumbar puncture. Okay, it's an activity you can sit and do later. It is shows how is the observer is seeing you and you're doing it on a mannequin. Shows how it does that. Right?
In between show is there. Does is automatism. Does is
Show and show how was there. Now some of the
No, that does is show. So you're telling, sorry.
after work,
Does is show. Does is show. There are many different So they're doing 5 levels with it?
See, we have both. In some places, it is knows how, shows and does. So in few other places, we have knows how, shows how and does. Now this is another, yeah.
I have come across this. We used to do this. Might be different.
difference is very show and shows.
We were following this one. This is the one we following. I'm not aware of the other.
shows, maybe shows different.
Yeah, shows becomes does, sir. Shows become does.
No, what he is telling is both the methods are there.
Okay.
It depends contextually. It is the answer. Yeah. Oh, that is
We in our lessons and where I was because I had the knowledge only this was it.
We have many other approaches for all these things, like Peyton's approach or many others. This will be taken again by Dr. Ryan to teaching learning methods in
Hands-on, right?
Okay. Okay, next you have a group activity. What are the characteristics of a good or an effective assessment tool? What do you feel is a characteristic of an effective assessment tool?
Should be objective.
Objectivity should be there. What do you mean by objectivity?
Not measurable. Okay.
Inter-rater reliability should be there. For example, if that is why OSPI is done. Now, auscultation of hearts on same thing. If there was no checklist and traditional method, I would have given 1 out of 5 because there are certain things in my mind which he has not done. For the other examiner, he would give him 5 out of 5 because what he wants it has been done. So this is called inter-rater reliability or objectivity. So give the checklist done, the same marks. Okay, right one is objectivity. Next, reliability, validity, measurability, many others like that. Aligned to object, first thing is it should be aligned to the objective and teaching learning methods. Not simply out of the blue one question which there is no objective only about. Variety of assessment methods should be there. Uniform test and procedures for all. Objectivity, balanced. Right now I think even when the question paper setting is given, they tell you this much marks percentage has to go for CNS, this much for CBS, so it's already balanced. You cannot have all 100 marks or 50 marks from one topic and from some topics nil. So that should be balanced, timely feedback, reliability and validity. So this has been already spoken about. What is reliability? It is a degree to which an assessment tool produces stable and consistent results. A test will be reliable when it gives the same repeated result under the same condition. Reproducibility, right? It should be reproducible. Validity means it measures what is designed to measure. A test of intelligence should measure intelligence only and not something else. That is validity. Objectivity. Why alignment? Why should you align your assessment with objectives? Because assessment drives learning. What you assess only your students will learn. Only if you ask questions from that objective, he will learn. Otherwise, if you don't ask, he will not learn. It's not been asked from 10 years, forget it, it is not there. So assessment drives learning. Assessment is a curriculum as far as students are concerned. Do you all agree? If it is repeatedly asked, then they will read it. If never asked, they will never read it. So it should be along with the Why should assessment methods be aligned to the objectives? Same thing. That's what as Padmini told here, you all were lucky enough that AJIMS gave you the objectives, but we did our own objectives. Content was given, competency was given, we did our objectives, and side by side we did the assessment method also so that it goes hand in hand with learning and curriculum objectives. So our duty is to see that assessment and objectives and assessment and learning goes hand in hand. That same thing what I told. The question should be asked from what they learn and from the objectives only. So assessment drives learning and should be aligned with objectives. Is that clear? So you want to add something to it? Yeah, how assessment methods align to objectives? Best thing is use those verbs. Never use discuss. There are certain things which you're not supposed to use. Enumerate, describe, list, all that can be used. And determine the level of knowledge and skill to be assessed. Now there's an exercise here. You have to write the level of assessment and assessment method. That's a quiz. See, you have to First is supposed to do this. Describe the CPR. First you will do this and the next is a quiz. Describe the steps of CPR. What is the teaching learning method for describe? And write the assessment method.
Okay, which is your teaching learning method for describe the steps of CPR? Describe means what will be your teaching learning method?
Underline.
Teaching learning method, that is assessment. Okay, that's what. So write lecture and whatever else you want. No, okay. That I leave it to you. Okay, and you write next to that you write the assessment. Align it with your teaching learning. So which one you wrote? Lecture. can we have somebody from this group? We'll start. Okay.
Okay, listen here. Rajna is saying the answer.
Yes.
Yeah, describe the steps of CPR. The teaching and method for his lecture and assessment methods by either by long essays, short essays, or MCQs.
Okay. SGD.
Short essays.
Small, okay, it depends on the I hope you're understanding. It depends on the group also. We will be going into skill sessions next term. If you have got a small group, I think so small group discussion is better. Understand better. Okay, that is teaching learning. What about the assessment?
Short essays and MCQs.
Okay,
Yeah, so it's here. I put it here. So lectures and demonstration, short notes, essay, appropriate case scenarios, and the question will be described the steps of CPR.
Okay, second one. Kishan ಹೇಳ್ತೀರಾ ಯಾರು ಹೇಳ್ತೀರಿ ಯಾರು ಮಾತಾಡೋದಿಲ್ಲ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರೀತಲ್ ನೀನು ಮಾತಾಡೋದೇ ಇಲ್ಲ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಸೆಕೆಂಡ್
Using Sally's method.
loudly
I would like to do dope.
okay dope very good so dope everybody agree with dope yes okay
And then the assessment is through OSP.
okay very good yes demonstration and practical class doing the sample of blood very good next who does not talk there they have to talk here you also don't talk
The third one is perform neonatal resuscitation independently. So a simulation or a lecture we are teaching or learning.
the word is perform simulation is alright okay
And assessment would be direct observation of procedure.
Doctor 360
you can think about that because nurse will tell you sari ಮಾಡೋದಿಲ್ಲ
So which one? I don't know.
yes next one okay yes madam
Yeah.
yes
Objective is lumbar, perform a lumbar puncture.
okay
Simulation.
level of assessment now you have got that
So last question later because answer comes at the end of your
okay answer will come together next one
Select a presentation session for intestinal obstruction. Assessment is known how. Assessment method is MCQ.
next everybody say comfort a patient with chest and trauma
Which one's a comforted patient?
whichever
That's
and then OSCE you would like to do it with an OSCE and then you can use even minicats you can use it on simulated patients last one
like rational prescription. That's the top one.
Loudly.
That's also.
Okay, that's also.
Pack can use pack actually. Pack can be used.
Tap. You want to use tap.
Here assessing your perception.
Okay, like that. Anybody wants to give your opinion on writing a rational prescription? What would you like to do? Assessing with pattern maybe what you Right, oral she's wrong. Okay, thank you very much. I hope you have understood that you have to align it. Please align it. If you understood that picture in the beginning, why we actually have to align the topics, that picture is. So, assessment needs to be gauged according to whom you are going to assess. Now the elephant and the monkey both are going to climb the tree. So if you are going to tell the monkey climb the tree, he will climb even more faster. So it's better many times you have to, even though it is uniformly assessed in our, because we are all monkeys here. So even though we are uniformly assessing here, we need to be careful while assessing different strata of students. Thank you very much.
That's why you have that should know, must know, all those things. So if he knows the basic things, then it is fine to pass. And above that is excellent.
One minute. We'll break for tea. 5 minutes we'll break for tea.
Actually, I wanted to attend ಒಂದು ಆಗೋಷ್ಟ ಆಯ್ತು ನಂದು ಚಿಕ್ಕ ಆಗಿ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಬ್ಯಾಚ್ ಇನ್ನೂ ಆಗಿಲ್ಲ I wanted to attend one more. Every 5 years I have to do it. Yes. There is no place. But you know, 2016 ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು again. That time again. 6 years ಆಯ್ತು. But 2011 I did. ಇವಾಗ so side. No, I went actually.
It is a combined numbers. But one thing, one should just again forget that no so this. And the words important no. Every time they are doing this, need to the same. Oh, same thing. See, I got they come to the nose. What do you listen on? No, all the three are there. So in some places it is shows and shows up is not divided. In some places it is. That's it. Yeah. So we don't have to bother. Like,
But I think it will change.
three varieties of seed. Moola.
Ili.
How trailer baraduttadu.
Oh, sorry. I was thinking there is no time to think these days in life. Students after their wards and so many problems that are having, coming, their patient, and then examiner, next.
Regarding patients,
students, this session gets over hopefully.
Sharat?
Yes, sir.
You ready again?
ಎಂತದಲ್ಲಿಗೆ
Any help, sir?
ಇನ್ನು ಇಂಟರ್ನ್ ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಬಂದಿದ್ಯಾ? ಇದು ಇಂಟರ್ನ್ ಕರ್ಕೊಂಡ್ಬಂದ್ರ ನಿನ್ನ?
ಇಲ್ಲ ಇಲ್ಲ, ನಾನು ನಿಮ್ಮನ್ನೇ ಉಟ್ಕೊಂಡ್ ಬಂದಿದ್ದು.
ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಟೈಮಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂದಿ ಬಾ. Yes, sir.
Okay. After lunch.
ಏನಾದ್ರು ಹೆಲ್ಪ್ ಬೇಕಾ?
Yes, and we will be cutting down so many things like because
Busy.
ಹೇಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಸರ್?
Fine.
ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಬಂದೆ.
Yes, because the interns was, that's what they came and told us, man, that it was wrongly they were portrayed as this one. So that is the only reason. So giving examples when you are those things when they, if it is genuine, I will always support it, because every time students can't be wrong. Second batch. Then I came back in 2020. 9 years I was in Yenapur.
Nice to see you back.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, ma'am. That I have that. The moment I go into the sun, I get the pigmentation. So I have some. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Proceed, sir. Paper action. No, not possible. Go to library. Library have to. Still like 120 papers are there. They will call the HOD. So, name ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. Still around 120 papers are there. No one is going there. And they were like busy, people are and it is boring. They say boring. Yeah, very good. Yeah. I alert says it is without 30. I join. You're not saying nothing. No. You get the certificate? Yeah. As a
remuneration is low. Other thing is, government is taking same staff for same stuff for 4 colleges. They are saving themselves every time. Allied sciences, why medical college is AJIMS, they should have come separate stuff. So they are managing all those things. Huh? They want to add more and more companies. And only 0.2 or 2.6, not even half. How things even my parents, children all book the readers. Then every 2 years, leave their money. And all my colleague is because he gives 10 lakhs every year for HOD only. Every year, either for rupee, something, entire HOD chat, idea, brainstorm. Here you go, they will ask you 10 rupees, 1 liter petrol, you give the bill. My colleagues want to get a 5-star flight, evening flight, and by bus, city bus.
Good morning everyone. So we'll begin with the next session. Before we begin, I will apologize, like Dr. Rashmi said during the inauguration. Some of the things that are taught here are some things that you already know, and if somebody is coming and telling you here how to teach, how you are teaching in the clinics, doesn't sound good. So we will just reinforce whatever has been taught earlier, how we are teaching the students, and go about it. So this is a quote by William Osler, but I think everybody in AJ will attribute this quote to Dr. Ramesh Pai. He always mentions this quote in whatever lecture he takes. To study the phenomena of disease without books is to sail an uncharted sea, while to study books without patience is not to go to sea at all. So let's start at the end. We are taking these clinical examinations, clinical classes. What do you want in the end? We want an Indian medical graduate who is skilled and a motivated doctor. So now we know a lot of importance has been given to CBME compared to what it was earlier. Earlier it was content, now it is competency. So they should be competent enough to do some procedure, they should be competent enough when they come out as a medical practitioner. Not to say that people who came out earlier were any less. Times have changed. There are more number of medical colleges, there are lesser number of patients, so less exposure to patients, so you have to innovate. That is the story that you can't run away from. People who say that skill-based teaching has no scope, you are not coming into contact with patients. If not skill-based teaching, then what? There are no patients. We all know there are no patients. If there are patients, there are some problems about the patients that will come across. So what to do? So this Indian medical graduate should be a clinician, should be a leader, should be a communicator, a lifelong learner and a professional. So as a clinician, he or she should be someone who understands and provides preventive, promotive, curative, palliative and holistic care with compassion. Obviously, starts as a student. Slowly as the years go by, you naturally tend to, if you look at yourselves, you naturally tend to become a leader at some point or the other. Whether it is in your third year, whether it is in your final year, whether you are as an intern, as a postgraduate, as a staff, at some point of time, whether you like it or not, leadership is either you grab it or it is vested upon you. So leader and become a member of the healthcare team and system with capabilities to collect, analyze and synthesize data. Should be a good communicator. So these days communication is, I think, more important than the actual treatment, because whatever treatment you do, you don't communicate it well to the patients or the bystanders, you fall in trouble. Should be committed to being a lifelong learner and should be a professional who is committed to excellence. So first, coming to what is this clinical teaching and bedside teaching. So by bedside teaching we mean patient-based, patient-oriented teaching, learning taking place in the natural health-related environment. That is teaching in the clinical environment. Why this is important? Because all the domains are taken care of here. Real life learning, the students are coming in contact with real life patients. Role modeling, teamwork is taken into account, especially in emergencies, attitude, and places all learning in context. So what are the learning objectives of this lecture? To understand the purpose of bedside teaching, to instill the qualities of a great clinical teacher, to identify and break barriers to bedside teaching, tips to add to clinical teaching acumen, and newer methods in clinical teaching. So where does this clinical or bedside teaching take place? It can take place in the OPD, in the wards, in the ICU, and now in the skill lab. So for bedside teaching, we have spoken so far a lot about learning objectives for theory. So do we need to have learning objectives for clinical or bedside teaching? If yes, what kind of learning objectives do you think we should keep for our students? So for theory, we learned how to break down the lectures. For clinical teaching in the ward, do we need specific learning objectives?
Yes, we need, because you need to know what is the condition, then only you can ask the question. So before, like, I do agree, we diagnose it later, but for undergraduates, if it is a tuberculosis, they need to know what is tuberculosis, what are the symptoms, signs and all those things. Then they can go and take the history. So they need to have that. Otherwise you go take history, so they will not be knowing what exactly.
So in other words, ma'am, what are you are trying to say that we need to go stepwise here. Just like in any other theory class, clinical breakdown also adequate history taking, accurate physical examination, skill development, data interpretation, like ma'am said, without any theory knowledge, you come and ask them to take case, there is no data interpretation, communication and clinical reasoning. So with this we'll come to the first exercise, and a very simple exercise, and I will take you back now to your days as a student. So I want you all from each group, it can be one staff who can talk about this. Think of one great clinical teacher that you came across when you were a student, and what were those qualities in that teacher, him or her, that makes you still remember that teacher, if at all you feel that you had such a teacher. So we usually tend to imitate the people whom we look up to in our clinical practice, in our teaching, whether it is clinical, non-clinical. So we'll start with group wise, or any group which will volunteer, any one person from the group. You can name the teacher, I think. Yes, Dr. Alaka.
Dr. Madan sir, how he examines a patient, how gentle he is, how empathetic when he talks to a patient, clinical skills how he demonstrates, just the character reflects so beautifully comes and he performs.
So that is such a nice thing to hear, and sir is not here, but for him to know that when he is not there, how students speak about him. Group 2 or group 4.
Yeah, I had the privilege of being with Dr. Ramesh Pai sir when I was undergraduate as well, when he was in KMC. Very basic facilities in Wedlock, but still how meticulously, first thing I learned from him was time management. For rounds he used to be exactly on the dot at 8:59 AM. And we used to be there at 7:59, so that we are ready to the case. And then just with history, most of the time the diagnosis is made. So that is something which was really amazing. Just history and clinical examination. There was no role for all these investigation projects. Just HPDC and some basic investigation. Anything else you have to, and Wedlock patients can't afford. Sometimes we have to put in money and send. But with these two things, most of the time the diagnosis is made.
So Dr. Ramesh. Yes. Group 3.
Dr. C.R. Ballal, sir.
Yes, sir. Sir, why do you remember him? Why do you admire his teaching?
The way he used to teach was next level, because he used to come only once a week, but the way he teaches, the way he examines, his empathy towards the patient was excellent. We had to learn a lot from him.
Okay, so group 3. Group 2.
I'm from KMC Hubli. There was one Dr. Chandrasekhar, medicine professor who was there. And till now I remember second MBBS, how he taught us CNS examination, how involuntary movements, he typically demonstrated how the involuntary movements used to be there, and that is how he used to, still now I remember, long back, because now I've reached a stage where I have Alzheimer's, so but I will still remember involuntary, because I can't tell you how much I remember about other things, but he was definitely a very good teacher.
All Dr. Chandrasekhars are very nice, I think.
There was one more Dr. Ramesh Babu who I did my MBBS teacher. He was there somewhere here also for some time. He always used to give 13 causes of hemoptysis. Last cause was endometriosis. So that I still remember. Though I don't remember the first class.
Group 1. I request Dr. Chandrasekhar.
My Professor Amala. So she's a very dedicated teacher and
Pediatrician.
Pediatric. So diagnosis entirely depends upon the history taking and clinical examination. Investigation only the 5%, not required. That we can update. So that's what we are teaching. She's caring also. Whenever our university exam, she is much worried about her students. So that is a really great from the great teacher.
Thank you, sir.
But all have to run clinical department, medicine, surgery.
So he asked about clinical.
So when you are talking about great clinical teachers, these are the things that you usually would want. Passion for teaching, competent, clinically astute, role models, organized, ability to improvise, participation, ability to involve all, problem solving, not just recall, close observation of students. I think along with the patient's observation of the students also is very important. Patient oriented, not disease oriented, integrates basic science with clinical medicine, and self-critical and open to feedback. So among all of us, who has all these characters, you all think? Which one do you think is usually lacking? We are not talking about anyone in particular. Which one do you think? I would think, for me, self-critical and open to feedback is very difficult to accept. Constructive criticism also. It is that, yeah, what I say is right, or I have been doing this since so long, so I know. I have taught 10 batches of students, so that would be one. Any other problems with the teachers, with us as teachers? We are not criticizing anybody else.
Maybe 6 months, problem solving.
Problem solving, yes. I think Dr. Alaka on the first day said it is a lot about app-based teaching, so more of MCQs. No, the touch is gone. Participation, ability to involve all. So that is another thing. So usually what happens is, in a group when you're teaching, there will be some who they want to hide because they for some reason, they might know, but they might be hesitant. And there are some who always want to shine in the group, and we tend to go towards the person who is answering more, because that makes our job easier, rather than making the person who is not answering more. So yes, next we spoke about teachers, next we come to barriers. What do you think are the barriers to clinical teaching for us now? We know all the barriers usually, so patient related, teacher related, and student related. Patient related, any barriers that we face?
Patient may not be comfortable to speak to students.
Very good, that is one of the biggest problems now. They, especially in this era of schemes, they want their procedure to be done immediately and then go. Number of patients, yes. So nowadays we don't get, when 30 students come to examine that one patient with hernia and all of them want to examine, that becomes difficult. Anything else? Language can be a barrier. Yeah, patients are less, students are more. Staff are also less, yes. So basically, if we group them, so patient related, fast turnover, patient wants to get discharged soon, sick patients who are not able to cooperate with the patient, gender issues, female patients don't want to be examined by male students, teacher related, busy clinical practitioners, so they don't have time to teach, lack of motivation to adapt, lack of adequate number of staff, student related, large student number, competing academic schedule, MCQ generation, everybody wants to just answer MCQs, and environment related, poor patient number, noisy wards. So we have to do it in such a way that there is patient care is not affected and student learning is not affected. So we take all these points into consideration: activity, the dissection, visualization, verbalization, practice, reinforcement, and mastery. So what are the components of teaching a skill? So there should be proficiency and management. From the student, there should be willingness to learn, behavior, and right attitude. Skill should be simple enough. You are delivering that lecture in a simple way. And the facilities, like the skill lab, outpatient department, ward rounds. So types of skills. We obviously know intellectual skills, like reading an ECG, to think in a desirable way. Underlying component is knowledge. Psychomotor skills, where you are asking them to do a procedure. Manual abilities needed to diagnose and treat patients. Communication, a lot of focus in CBME is now given to communication. Ability to communicate with others in a given situation, strong underlying component. Team skills, it's not only about the single person, it is about the team, ability to work together in a team. So if we summarize that, the basic algorithm for skill development is attending a lecture, observing a video, observing the procedure, assisting a teacher performing the skill on a patient under supervision, and performing the skill independently. So why emphasis is given on skill, growing mistrust among public. So we said the number of students are increasing, the number of patients are decreasing, so the number of procedures that the students are able to do is decreasing, so that is affecting their day-to-day skills. So much of importance is given to skills, and skills lab is so that the students are confident at least in the steps. They should not be, tomorrow when the student is performing on the catheterizing a patient, the student should not have difficulty in the steps that it might be the first time, he might have done it 50 times in the skill lab, it might be that he's doing for the first time in the patient. He should not be confused with the skill aspect of it. So according to Dreyfus model of skill acquisition, from novice to advanced beginner, from competent to proficient, and then an expert teacher. So to maximize learning in a clinical setup, we divide it into three components: before reaching the bedside, at the bedside, and after bedside. So before the bedside, we plan what to teach. So we know what kind of patients are there in our ward. We already know. It's not that it's something new. So we know what patients are there. You teach according to the patient. You know your students. I think if we don't know our students, then the fault lies in us. So we know our students and practice skills and time allocation. So before the student comes to the ward, this is the preparation that should be done, along with specific learning objective that we already discussed. Which system, what aspect are we going to discuss about? Orient the students, give them any specific roles. For example, we'll come to roles in skills, ground rules, and expectations. Once they come to the bedside structure, corridor structure, and teaching room structure. So bedside structure, as you all know, should be around the patient. Discussion takes place around the patient. There is nothing different from what has been going on since generation. Then there is also known as corridor teaching. So all the teaching cannot take place at the bedside. Why should any teaching go to the corridor? Yes, gone are the days when you could talk in English and discuss everything about the patient. So nowadays when we sit and discuss about a lipoma by the bedside, somehow the discussion goes to tumor, malignancy, differential diagnosis, and the end patient actually asks, do I have cancer? I heard you all talking. So it is difficult to have the entire discussion in front of the patient. So much so that tomorrow, immediately after your discussion, the patient might ask for a discharge because they think that you are treating for some big illness. So that is where you go to the corridor. And then come this teaching room. But bedside corridor teaching is almost now, I think, come down. Post-COVID, everybody got so comfortable by going into the department space and teaching there that teaching room has become more important than bedside. And again, when we are doing teaching room structure, we follow the same rules that we are following here. No classroom structure, round table with somebody, with you being there to facilitate the discussion rather than being the leader. Patient-centered. So always introduce the group, emphasize the teaching nature. Like I told you, all this need not be, we have all been doing this. This is just to reinforce whatever has been taught to us as students. Express gratitude. I think often we forget to tell our students that you have to thank the patient at the end of the examination, something that we were always told. Teachers would never leave the word without reminding us thank the patient. So express gratitude, patient is king. Practice what you preach, but don't hog the limelight. Like we discussed on the first day, don't be a sage on the stage, be a guide by the side. So active learning, correct without humiliating. So another mistake that we do often is what answer, what rubbish, who taught you this theory? So don't humiliate anybody, because immediately they become, next time they will not come forward, next time they will not answer. Create a non-threatening environment, and by non-threatening environment, again, one of the aspects is correct without humiliating. Involve everyone. Avoid didactic lectures in the ward. Avoid impossible questions like read my mind. So don't have fixed notions in your mind and expect the students to answer what is in your mind, and the moment they answer something that is not what you are thinking, you just label it as wrong. So after clinics, again thank the patient, feedback, summarize learning and leave time for questions and reflection. So basically we summarize this. So this is the ward. So we are talking here in terms of a room. So ask the patient's permission to enter the room. Here you ask the patient to you ask them to ask patient's permission to examine. So introduce themselves. So you will be diagnosing the learner, the student will be diagnosing the patient. Conduct focused teaching. Conduct focused teaching and discussion. We are teaching one system, we go into another system for next half an hour, then come back to the system that we are actually discussing, not advisable. Ask patients if they have questions. So one more thing, when we leave the ward, once the discussion is over, it's a nice habit to talk to the patient again. So I don't know if you all have noticed, sometimes patients have questions after we finish the discussion. Like I said, they listen to the discussion and they will ask questions. Debrief and feedback, and this should be done in private. So according to the Stanford model, positive environment, establish goals and roles, control the encounter, promote analytical thinking, evaluate the learning, and provide feedback, self-directed learning. So what are the different methodologies? Briefly we'll go through the methodologies. There are some methodologies known as 1 minute preceptor, SNAPS method, e-learning and flipped classroom. So first coming to the 1 minute preceptor method, which is usually preferred in OPD based teaching. So here it is the whole teaching takes place for 10 minutes. So you can see here the case presentation is for 6 minutes. Questioning, you will be questioning the student for 3 minutes, and discussion where you come and facilitate it takes place for 1 minute. So this is known as the 1 minute preceptor, where you can do quick teaching in the OPD. So the preceptor, the student examines the patient for 6 minutes, presents the case to the preceptor, diagnoses the case. After the examining the patient, 3 minutes you ask the questions to the student, and 1 minute you reinforce whatever that is taught. So it is called as 1 minute preceptor, even though the discussion takes place for 10 minutes, because in that 1 minute you are rescuing him or her after 9 minutes of discussion. So diagnose the patient for 6 minutes, diagnose the learner where he is for 3 minutes, and then rescue him for 1 minute. So this is the model that is used in the OPD for quick teaching, which involves 5 steps, and these are known as the 5 micro skills method. So get a commitment, probe for supporting evidence, reinforce what was done well, give guidance about errors or omissions, and teach a general principle. So what is done in this is first the patient encounter, get a commitment. So get a commitment in the sense, get a commitment from the student as to what is the most probable diagnosis. If not, if you are focusing on after the diagnosis, this can be applied anywhere. So it can be for the clinical examination or for the management. So get a commitment as to what is the diagnosis, or get a commitment as to what is the line of management. Once you get the commitment, the second step is probe the underlying reasoning. Why did you come to this diagnosis? What made you come to this diagnosis, rather than saying, oh, this is a swelling in the right side inguinal hernia, obviously it's a case of hernia. No, you ask the student, you say it is a case of hernia, what made you come to this diagnosis? Reinforce what was done well, very important to say. Appreciate what the student did well. Again, here, no giving blind praises. You have done an excellent job. No. You came to a diagnosis of right-sided inguinal hernia because of this, which is a good thing. So that is how you give praise when you are giving praise. Help learner identify and give guidance about omissions and errors. So what was missing? We call it as the positives, and we don't call it as negatives. We call it as things to improve whenever we teach here in skill based. Now we are talking bedside, but when we talk here in the skill lab, we always talk about positives, No negatives, we don't use the word negatives, we talk about what are the things to improve. So what are the things the student can improve, and teach the general principles about the disease or the aspect that you want to teach. So that is the 5-step micro skills method, which is a part of 1 minute preceptor. So that is it. And next, coming to snaps. This is again the same thing that we have been doing since years, clinical methods, where we are summarizing history, narrowing the differentials, this can be done in the ward as well, analyzing the differentials, probe for uncertainties. So every time it might not be a direct diagnosis, so you're probing for uncertainties, planning for treatment, and then you're giving the student some study to do at home, self-study, and come back. So what are the different methods in which we can teach? We have spoken about not having enough patients in the ward. So what can we do to overcome that? So what we do, one method is what we call a standardized patient. You train somebody to be like a patient. I train Dr. Ritesh, I tell him that I want him to help me in the skill lab with one particular system that we are examining today. So we create what is called just like a script. For example, he says we are treating upper respiratory tract infection. So I give him a set of answers, a question and answer. So when the student comes, I ask him the question, he answers according to the script. So that is called as a standardized patient. So use of individuals trained to portray the roles of patients, family members and others to allow students to practice physical exam skills, history taking, communication skills and other exercises. Role playing. This is again, Rashmi ma'am was witness to all this what we had done in her institution. This is my own PG there lying down, and you can see that there is a cycle fallen next to it. So the skill lab there is on the 7th floor. So we had to actually take all the cycle there. What we did was role play. Made him lie down like this with the cycle next to it. The students come there and the patient is unconscious. They move him onto the stretcher. How they move him onto the stretcher? Taking care of neck support, giving spine adequate without movement of the spine. And once they shift the patient, the next focus goes to the mannequin. So that boy becomes the mannequin, and rest of the procedure is done whatever on the mannequin. Another extension to this, what we did was, I think one of the biggest exercises done here in Dakshina Kannada was, we did a disaster protocol, where on one of the days we told, I think it was a Friday, we told them in the OPD that today we'll be having disaster protocol, so you all have to be prepared. We didn't tell them what is the disaster protocol. Video cameras were brought, senior staff from medicine, surgery were asked to come there in the casualty. We had given them checklists with what kind of patients will be coming and how the students are assessing them. So one by one, patients were coming saying that there was the bus toppled somewhere, and one patient is being brought. So there was a brought dead patient, there was a pregnant patient, there was a child. And all these were trained BPT students with injuries, with cars, with some first aid done on the way. And the students had to triage them. They had to, importance was given as to whom they would treat first, whether they would triage the brought dead patient and give importance to that patient, or how they manage the pregnant patient. So to that level, it can be manipulated. Then coming to hybrid learning. So initial online skills lab, simulated patient, real patient. So now we know, I think Dr. Sushit a couple of months back had sent the smart glasses to every department on the clinical side, from Meta, Facebook. So where surgeries, you wear that, it's like you're actually there and somebody is explaining the surgery, all recorded in the department. So very much available. Many of our students, UGs have subscribed for this directly. The college has not bought, but they have bought. Our PGs have also subscribed, so they get live surgeries. They just wear these glasses and they attend that. Skills development, simulators, cadavers, animal parts. So simulators we have here, cadavers in the dissection hall, and animal parts like suturing, bowel anastomosis, that is done. So simulators, whenever we talk about simulation, we talk about fidelity, high fidelity and low fidelity. How much you are making it lifelike. Higher that you are going to lifelike, high fidelity. Otherwise low fidelity. Tailored to demand, repetition is possible. Classroom patient assessment competence. So dissection hall, we all know that is also a skill lab. So here you can see we are doing a trauma case. So again we try to keep the fidelity high. We make the patient, they are doing a log roll here. So a basic maneuver in trauma. We give them a case scenario. For example, if we take this seminar hall, every Thursday surgery students will come here, perform a scenario, rest of the students will watch it here, and then they will diagnose the condition. They get to perform as well. This is the verge we spoke about dissection, and now we know that there is acute shortage of cadavers. So this is the anatomy table, the only one right now in Dakshina Kannada is in Yenapoya. So you can actually do virtual dissections there. This is from there itself, this picture. Just like in how you do in a cadaver. The advantage of all this is skill lab is practice is in a safe environment, protected environment, no risk to patients, is safe to learn from errors, rarely encountered important clinical accidents like anaphylaxis can be practiced over and over again. Scenarios can be reproduced, skills assessed in objective and reproducible manner. Disadvantages, yes, they will say that there is no real life feeling. Students may not feel comfortable in real life settings. Overprotection makes them handicapped is something else that comes. So students not to get aware of real life side effects. So when we were taught simulation based teaching, for example, we have a physiological mannequin there. One of the things that was told to us very specifically was, no matter what scenario you give, do not kill the patient. Do not kill the patient. And we used to always debate about it. Why not? They will encounter at some point. So Dr. Meghna Mukunda and me, who is in Yenapoya, used to have this debate, and I used to always say, no, we'll kill the patient. Once at least we kill the patient. Because it's a mannequin. So I still remember once finally she agreed. It's very hard to convince ma'am, but once she agreed. And for my bad luck, there was a Malaysian student who was performing the scenario, and we killed the patient. He didn't do according to the scenario. He refused to come out of that room from the skill lab, saying that how could I do this, how could I do this. And that was the last time I ever killed a patient here in the skill lab. So, but it was something that was told. It was something that was told. It was not that I didn't know it. I knew it and I still did it. And then I realized why I was told not to do it. So with this, we come to the end. So before that, we'll go to the conclusion. Competence-based clinical training before, during and after, very important. Participation, role modeling, problem solving, innovative techniques. So now we come to the exercise here. So for this exercise, I have divided the group from one that side, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So, sorry? Yeah, code blue. Yes, sir is already assessing which is his. Yeah, so that is why, based on the team members, we did it. So that is why I said that is one now. Primary gravida with anemia has come to OPD. How you are going to teach the students. This is how you are going to teach the student. How you are going to do that is up to you, I don't know. You will come in front and later demonstrate it on your student. Then group 2 is neck swelling in the ward. Group 3 is difficult patients, bystanders, small group teaching. Group 4 is intubation for phase 3 part 1. Your mannequin is here. And code blue training for interns is group 5. And you will get your mannequin. So you will I give you all 3 minutes to plan, and then you all will come and execute here. Remember, you are teaching. This is for teaching. Yes, it was for you. choose students among yourselves, and please remember we are not assessing the student. So it's okay if you don't know about it. We are assessing the teachers. So it is good to be the student. Nobody is assessing the student. One student. Ma'am, we spoke about role play, we spoke about 1 minute preceptor, we spoke whatever you want you can do. We spoke about standardized patients. One student, one teacher, one student. However, that is up to Again, you can use a standardized patient. You can use the other methodologies like 1 minute preceptor. You can use whoever has skill equipment has to use that. And while you are teaching, your student, please keep these points in mind. Again, I am telling, we are not bothered about your clinical. Again, Rashmi ma'am wants to reinforce more than the clinical scenario, we are more bothered about how you are going to implement it, how you are going to teach the student. How you are doing is totally up to you. So we have group 4 already ready. So group 4 was intubation. I request everybody to pay attention, please. You all can take some tips also. Over to group 4.
This is in the skill lab. I'm the clinician. These are all my students.
Even just please pay attention, please.
I'm the clinician, and these are all my students who have got to the skill lab. And the first thing I will be doing is I will explain the procedure to them, and then I will demonstrate it on the mannequin for them. First, I will tell them how to attach the laryngoscope, blades of it.
Ma'am, you do it. You don't have to explain to us.
No, I will.
Yeah. whatever.
No, I'm not doing explaining.
So then come.
You need to explain us what you are doing. You just do your part in the student.
And again, team members, please don't pay attention to the steps. We are not bothered about the steps of incubation. Team members, please. Ma'am's put a lot of effort.
So first thing you need to do is you have.
Yeah, so can we just, all the participants can just face audience?
Yes, you can actually, if you want, you can go around if you can't see them. I mean, this is for both purposes, right? For teaching
The team members, can you please move aside so that
Yeah, and do
first
it
group
like
can
this.
see?
Yes.
Are you all able to see? And this is with the left hand. It should be gently introduced. We should be able to see the epiglottis. You see the light turning on? You see the epiglottis? Once you see the epiglottis, then you take your this is the way you hold the endotracheal tube. You're not supposed to hold it like this or like that. And this has to be deflated completely. You understood that? Introduce it. You should not have punctured or caused any kind of trauma along the way. You see the vocal cords, right? It has to go in between the vocal cords, and then gently when you finish, you remove this and ask one of them to fill up the air within this. Okay? I want one of you to help me out because there will be actually an anesthesia technician usually doing it. But if not, you see that? This is how you press on the red, and then you see this. So once this is done, obviously it must be taped. Okay? See, this is how you check the red one. Once this is done, I want one of you to show me how you do. Who will be the volunteer first? Yes? Okay. So
I have one question.
Yeah, please.
How much to put?
Okay, 5 ml usually.
No, not that.
Deeper, there is a line. So you see this line? You can just attach it. And it should be in such a way that the bulb has to be below the vocal cord. It should not be in between the vocal cord. That's how it will be stabilized. See, you can't take it out once it is completely within. So you saw that? Now when you're removing also, you should make sure it is completely deflated. Only then it will come out. Otherwise you will be damaging the vocal cords. Okay? So who will be volunteering? Sure. And, see, when he is doing, I want all of you to observe and make sure if there is anything he's missed out in the procedure which I have done. If he's not done, please point out. And not now. After he's finished the entire procedure, please make a note in your diaries or notes. And in the meantime, I will have a check.
Team, please, team members, please. Ma'am, any comments?
That-
Yes.
You can introduce a soft skill there in that? Soft skill as in communication, counseling.
But
No,
intubation,
can you introduce?
no, in intubation,
The patient is not.
that's why we are. Otherwise, they would probably.
Otherwise,
They
any
need to
of the
greet the patient initially and thank the patient last.
No. Besides saying hello and thank, any other thing?
No, explaining the procedure to the patient.
Besides that, besides interaction,
No.
any of the skills such as working in a team, other skills such as, other part of.
Yeah, I told them not to giggle and talk.
Correct. So you are speaking about professionalism.
So there will be some amount of ethics
There is some
involved.
professionalism. Yeah.
Serious.
Yes.
I think that aspect becomes even more important when you're doing it in a skill lab, ma'am. Like that seriousness what ma'am said, because they tend to take it little more. Yeah. Like initially I was about to say, ma'am didn't pay attention to Chidanand sir, then last she involved Chidanand sir also.
This was exact scenario. Two of the students could not see the procedure you were doing.
Chidanand sir was struggling, yes.
They only made way, but that's what actually happens. The ones in the back don't get to see.
Good job, team 4. Next team, who is volunteering? Team 1, yes. So team 1 are the team who are going to teach their students about primary gravidae patient who has come with anemia to OPD.
So I made it a level difficult for you. I'll type this. Since it's a OPD, the word plays not to exceed more than 3 minutes. Okay, I'll start the timer when you tell me.
Yeah, I am a doctor and I am a patient. ಮೊನ್ನೆ ಬರ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಲ್ಲ ಯಾಕೆ ಇಷ್ಟು ಬೇಗ ಬಂದ್ರಿ ಸ್ಟೂಡೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಒಂದು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಜನ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಒಂದು ಕ್ವಶನ್ಸ್ ಕೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. Examine this patient, take the history, and within take 5 minutes and come back home.
Okay, they know the history, so they are
5
taken.
minutes, they will take right, and then come back.
No, we have taken the history because they are back in history.
I will ask somebody else to give or something. Okay.
Good morning, ma'am. You have seen a patient
Come this, yeah.
who is a 30-year-old female, pregnant. Primary gravidae has come with generalized weakness, and on examination she was pale, and we think it is anemia in the primary gravidae.
What other history did you ask?
She had any bleeding in this trimester since the last visit, and whether she is able to tolerate taking her iron tablets.
Good. Okay. Yeah, good. You have taken almost history, but what are the complications you expect? What to expect to examine our antenatal examination? Anything specific you want to see? No, because she had anemia. Okay, we'll see that what specific thing we can see in the antenatal examination.
What method did you use?
Yeah, tell 1 minute.
Preceptor means a teacher. So 1 minute preceptor. Is everyone okay with that? Any comments from the other groups?
Demonstration of anemia and then
No, I'm asking you. It's an OPD case. You tell us what.
how will you see for anemia? So she has to say. No, that's
This is just acting. She has to, we have to see whether she has assessed the
Basically, the OMC, what happens is you focus on object. Like here, probably her objective was history. You can't teach the full case, it's a history text. Yeah, so she decided probably that her objective was that. If it's a normal pregnancy and you want them to assess the age, maybe that is the examination. Any other comments from any other group?
All are busy with their.
All are busy. But yes, well done.
Next team, 2.
And within time. Within time.
So team 2 is teaching their students about the neck swelling in the ward. So sir is using chair.
So why again 3 minutes?
3 minutes.
3 minutes, sir.
So we are assuming that the students are examining because you are already in the
Good morning, good morning, good morning. Yes, students, how are you? ಹೇಗಿದ್ದೀರಿ ಇವತ್ತು? ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿದ್ದೀರಾ? ಬೆಳಿಗ್ಗೆ ತಿಂಡಿ ತಿಂದ್ರಾ? ಏನು ತಿಂಡಿ? Very good, very good. So, dear students, how was the weekend? Okay. Last week we had discussed about the neck nodes, the cervical lymph nodes. Do you remember? The last of theory sessions we had learned in detail about all the what are the possible neck swellings and what are the levels of cervical lymph nodes and all. And the main goal of today's this bedside teaching is to demonstrate you palpation of the neck swellings. Okay. So we already know what are the levels of lymph nodes and all. So today we will gently palpate each level of lymph nodes and we will learn the significance of each one of them. Okay. So first I'll be demonstrating it on the patient here. Please observe me carefully and then you will be performing the same. Is it okay? So sir, I know you are having slight swellings over your neck, right? So I'll be gently touching them, okay, to see how big they are and whether they are painful or not. Okay, can I do that? With permission? Yes. Thank you so much. Just sit comfortably. Okay. Please slightly bend your neck forward. Yes. Thank you. So always stand behind the patient. Stand behind the patient and ask the patient to flex his neck. Okay. And with the middle three fingers and the pads of the fingertips. Okay. Only not the entire hand. You can't do it like this. That becomes something different, right? If you put your entire hand into massage like that becomes something different. You are a clinician. You use the tips of your middle three fingers to palpate any lymph node anywhere in the body. Okay. So start with the first level. Which is that? Very good. The 1A cervical is submental. See, just with your circulatory rotating movement. With the rotating movements. Submental lymph nodes. Okay. Then, very good. It is in the level 1B is submandibular. Then comes the neck along the great veins. What is that? Upper jugular. Very good. Which is the lower jugular. And which is the fifth level?
Sir, somebody is giggling in your class.
Really?
Patient will fall asleep.
Very good. So this is the go to palpate the 7 levels of cervical lymph nodes. So can anyone do the same? Please, fine. Okay. Be gentle. Be gentle. Don't cause any trouble. Okay. Very good.
Yes, time up.
So any doubts? Any doubts? So you have any problem? You're comfortable, no? Your treatment is going on anyway. Tomorrow we have scheduled this test, I think. You'll be alright soon, sir. Thank you so much.
So any comments?
Perfect.
What method did we use?
Yeah, what method?
Docs. Direct observation of the procedures.
No. It is DOAP.
DOAP, right, observation, assessment and performance.
Docs and DCs are assessment methods.
We did demonstration, that is DOAP.
Always try to get the students more involved. Like ask the students to come out with the answers rather than again we go into the didactic form of teaching. So make the students bring out the answers. Like when you said we spoke about lymph nodes in the previous class, you can actually ask them which are the levels of lymph nodes or something like that. So that suddenly they are alert and then they are in their mind they know that they are going to these lymph nodes. Okay, next team 3. Team 3 is a difficult patient bystander small group teaching.
We have this difficult patient bystander. We have a discussion and we'll do a role play so that
Yes, ma'am. You can
3 minutes.
just I will started the timer.
Yeah, ophthalmologist is sitting there, because the bystanders will come. Yeah, other 3 are students.
Students, other students.
Sir is the bystander.
And the rest.
One of the most papa people is the difficult bystander.
ಕಣ್ಣು ಕಾಣಲಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದೆ, ಆ ಆಸ್ಪತ್ರೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಎಂತ ಮಾಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಆಗುದಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದೆ. ಸೊ ಈಗ ಕೇಳಿಕ್ಕೆ ಬಂದದ್ದು
ಎಷ್ಟು ಏಜ್ ಚಿಕ್ಕ ಮಗು ಅಲ್ವಾ? ನಿಮಗೆ ಏನಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಟ್ರೀಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಆಗಲ್ಲ?
ನಾವೇನು ಮಾಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ.
ನೀವು ಮಗನ ಕರ್ಕೊಂಡು ಬಂದಿದ್ರೆ ಉತ್ತಮ ಇರ್ತಿತ್ತು. ನಮಗೆ ನೋಡಿ ಏನು ತೊಂದರೆ
ಸುಮಾರು ಕಡೆ ದೋಷ ಆಯ್ತು, ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಡೆ ಆಗಿರ್ತಾರೆ. ಲಾಸ್ಟ್ ಟೈಮಲ್ಲಿ
ಆಕ್ಚುಲಿ ನೀವು ಹೇಳಿರುವ ಪ್ರಕಾರ ಅದು ಹುಟ್ಟಿನಿಂದ ಬಂದ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ ಇದ್ದಿದ್ರೆ ಅದನ್ನು ಟ್ರೀಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ನಾವು ನೋಡಬಹುದು. ನೋಡಿ ಆದ ಮೇಲೆ ಏನಾದರೂ ಇದೆಯಾ ಅಂತ ನೋಡಿ ನಾವು ಹೇಳ್ಬೋದು. ನೀವು ಕರ್ಕೊಂಡು ಬರಬೇಕಾಗ್ತಿತ್ತು. ಕರ್ಕೊಂಡು difficult diagnosis that they've been told nothing can be done. What would you do in such a situation? Would you give some hope to the patient, or what would you like to do? What are the causes for poor vision in the first decade of child, 4-year-old child? What else? Yes, that's the first decade. So what is the interpretation now?
Even in role play, sir can't be difficult.
You can keep difficult patient can be made to sit somewhere. Ideally it should be like that.
Yes.
Ideally it should be like that. First I think you have to tell the bystander who is difficult some advice and then name it to class. Class cannot be taken
In front of the difficult person. Yes, time up.
Any other way this could have been done? Okay, the patient could have acted in a more difficult way.
Students could have interacted with the patient.
So instead of that person need not be an actual patient at all. This could be a role play, he could be a student acting to be difficult. And the others or the teacher trying to manage him. actual role play of this situation. He was a patient, he was acting to be a difficult patient, but one amongst the students only. And rather than teaching, let them do it. The basic principles we have already taught earlier. This is an experiential part where they come and enact out. So what we are teaching you to do is, one of the students will actually do that. Calm the patient or whatever other steps. So role play, not of this role play, a step beyond that, where everybody is involved. So that would be an actual role play.
And team 5. Team 5 is teaching how to deal with a code blue situation. Yes, sir. Patient is here.
Can you activate the code? Yeah. Now we're finding the patient has unresponsiveness, like no pulse and all. So we're demonstrating the CPR. So, which involves, I will tell the steps of CPR, and one of you can enact. So first we have to see whether the patient is responsiveness and pulse, okay, pulselessness. Then we have to check for there are 3 steps. Compression comes first and then airway. So we have to create a patent airway. So with that we have to extend the neck and jaw thrust. Then we have to start a compression. So one of you can come and teach how the compression is, the steps of compression. So there is a area of compression. So between the midpoint of this, so you have to do 30 compressions, and after 30 compressions, 2 rescue breaths. Start with. You have to hold the fist by this, like no extension of the elbow, and you can demonstrate. After that, 15 compressions, and 2 rescue breaths. And you have to repeat the cycle, 5 cycles, and in a minute you have to give 120 compressions. Then if the patient doesn't respond by 5 compressions, you have to repeat the cycle. So you need a change of hands, like one is getting tired and someone else can take over the place. So that is.
You evaluate. So, sir, do you think you involved everybody in the team? All your students? Chandrasekhar sir was with the book only, he didn't write anything.
This was on a real patient or
No. Mannequin. It's a skill lab.
Like he's about to fall.
No, they involved 2 things. If you notice, what did they do? They did role play as well as this. So they have in the skill lab, they have, in fact, when we. No, I will tell you some background about this scenario. I think I discussed. Yeah, he's a role play. In fact. Yeah. So when I was discussing with Rashmi ma'am about this scenario, I had actually put it as role play plus mannequin. Ma'am asked me to cut that so that they don't know that we may want both, and they ended up doing both, role play plus mannequin. So that was the heading I had put. Ma'am said no, cut it off. You just put it as code blue. They actually did the role play as well as the mannequin.
So he's a student.
He is a student, yeah. Somebody, he, no. No, he might be a standardized patient or he's doing a role play. He might be a team member from his department. He might be Lohit, whom we use as a patient here for our scenarios. So anybody can do the role play. So he will not get up and suddenly start rescuing himself. Yeah, so one is that. So if you will notice, they were the team who used two different things. They used mannequin-based teaching as well as role play. So, that is what. So it is always nice to involve everybody, and rather than you again telling them, get them to tell the answer. So again, we always say, don't be. We try to avoid being that sage on the stage and guide by the side. So what do you think you should? They might know. Chandrasekhar sir might know. Ma'am might know. Yeah. So you can ask them a step. And after that, you can assign them roles as well. So give them some role, somebody to come here, and so that they are all involved in the case. Since your scenario is like that.
I have one doubt, my own doubt. When I do a code blue training, don't my students already know CPR? CPR is the first step skill required for code blue. So when I say code blue, the steps they already know. So when we teach a skill, there is a column there when we make a lesson plan, prerequisite. So for me to train an intern for code blue, my students know CPR.
So otherwise, what happens is
the patient collapsed, the code blue should have been siren. You go to the mannequin, start it.
But I understand the role.
Yes, you are just observing. Yes. Now you are immediately calling who's the nurse. So that is the part, and they come and do that part. It was not a CPR training. It was a code blue. That's why a step up. So we always should know.
What is our
prerequisite? Like, before code blue, I will be aware. I mean, I should be aware. So, and because code blue assesses much more than CPR. It's your crisis resource management, team allocation, the way you're working, communication, role allocation. It's a totally different skill than just a CPR. CPR is
one of the components.
One of the components.
So it can be specific learning objective.
But otherwise, well done. You were teaching, they learned, and then you gave them a chance to come back.
So already we are going into role play. We are doing mannequin. So we have already reached Rukma ma'am's stage in that arrow in that first day. Unconscious, competent. So now I'll hand over the stage to Dr. Sharad. He will tell us about how to assess whatever we've done today. Thank you all for your patient listening.
Okay, so something is here. This is again same assessment of skills. You already know about it. Alright? So there were teaching of skills with knowledge, attitude, effective communication, all these domains. Now again, this is assessment. Already you had assessment for the knowledge and others. Also for the skill you had. Alright? So we will get answers from you. So whatever we can. So stages of competence. This is Viva OC. But for whole of a class. Can you just have numbers 1 to 6 please here only? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Remember? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Alright. So now we need examples for these stages of competence. 3 from here. Any example? See here. Look at this. See? In one side it is incompetent, other side there is unconscious. Unconsciously incompetent. You can get this? Consciously incompetent. Let me disturb everybody, not only Ashwini. Consciously competent and unconsciously competent. Okay, so Ryan was doing IV this one cannulation there in this one skill lab. Yeah, you can listen please. Ryan, he was doing IV cannulation there in the skill lab somewhere, and I went there. He asked me, can you do it? And I said, give me. I just went there, I could not do it. So where you would put me here? Unconsciously incompetent. Prajna came there. She said, I can't do this. No, Nishita came. Where? So what? Nishita couldn't do it. Nishita couldn't do it. Then Ashwati came there.
She just threw it when she
Now another. Now go with this. Now go with this picture.
No, but what happened is Nishita came and then what happened?
She could do it. Some amount of stress.
He didn't allow her to do that.
He said she can't do, but she did it.
Alright. Other one more exercise. Here we have novice, advanced beginner, competent, proficient, and expert or master. So where Ashwati came there? Where was she? Okay. So now another example. It depends upon the skill also. Delivery, conducting a delivery in the labor room. Alright. So first new person, medical students. They just come there. They just observe, right? So intern now. Yeah, so he can help out with few things there. Alright, now first year PG. Competent. Okay, so he can see, it depends upon again advanced beginner, sometimes an intern with supervision he can do. With supervision. Alright, advanced beginner we can put it. So then comes our first year postgraduate. He was being an advanced beginner there. When he was given independently with some amount of stress, he's doing it but he's stressed. Now going with assistant professor. Proficient. So it just comes and no. Now another problem is there here. There is complication in the delivery process. There is complication for the proficient guy, for the assistant professor. Now he is stressed when there was complication. But for the expert or the master, he anticipates any PPH. He anticipates and he takes care of it. He is the master, the expert. We can just understand the levels of skills here.
Ashwati. Ashwati came, baby came.
Yeah, this is what we just mentioned it, Peyton's approach. Here it is. Yeah, 6 from here as Janice. Just 30 seconds of it. You're 1, okay. 6. Just reading it, nothing else.
the trainer demonstrates. Deconstruct, the trainer describes the steps and then demonstrates. Comprehension, learner describes the steps and the trainer demonstrates. Performance, learner describes the steps and demonstrates.
Just for our information, nothing else. So we shall go to per se assessment, what is already taught. Yeah, another one is there here. I have sent you, all of you, can you open your mobile phone, WhatsApp? And the group. Okay, you can look at it later. It is a skill module given by the NMC. Skill module given by NMC. After that, we have two, almost like another document is there regarding certifiable skills for the MBBS graduate, IMG, then which needs to be observed or demonstrated. So that list is also there for individual departments. Alright, so next we have, that is mainly based on this picture. So criticality, feasibility of independent certification in the institution. So for example, first year MBBS student. So does he need, first year MBBS student and BLS, basic life support. So does he need that certification in the institution at first year or throughout the MBBS? Then going with the relevance. So relevance is to, or the criticality of practicing at that particular year. So or in MBBS, maybe after the internship. So based on this, we set some of the skills which has to be taught in first year, second year, third year, fourth year. Two things to keep in mind when we are giving them the skills in the first year, second year, third year, fourth year or internship. One is the relevance, other one is the feasibility, whether we can do it in that particular phase or not. Now can you please come out with the assessment okay. Yes, outcome-based assessment. Now it is competency-based assessment. So 3 from here. Can you please read the first sentence?
Formative focused on specific competencies required for a position. Measure the full scope of professional characteristics from very specific procedures.
Only first sentence. Formative, focused on specific competencies, then that is required for a physician. We have many competencies there. So in that specific competency we are focusing on, and it is, we can put them under formative assessment, most of the skills. Then measure the full scope of 4 from here.
Measure the full scope of professional characteristics from very specific procedures to skills involving the synthesis of competent abilities.
It is not particular, it is not only psychomotor which is have to go with this. For a IMG, Indian medical graduate, we know all the competencies, 5, what are those 5 stars? So everything we need to involving, we can do it in the skill stations. So 1 from here.
Measure the full scope of professional characteristics, specific evaluation techniques chosen to match the skill being assessed.
So that already our Dr. Vinda has taken this. Specific evaluative techniques, we will just reinforce things again. So 5. So can we do it with only objective skill? Can be assessed. For example, just now we demonstrated many of the skills here. So if it is objective, only with objectivity can we do it, without any narration or something. If it is only psychometric, we have heard of something called as, we can relate it, Chittavillade gudiya suttidare phalavenu in Kannada, you can understand. So Chittavillade gudiya suttidare phalavenu yettu ganavanu huttu ta suttu bandante sarvajai. Doesn't know what, yettu doesn't know what it is doing. So but it is just going around. Correct? So we need to have some knowledge on that also when we are doing something. So here, it is the patient, right, safety and care. So knowledge aspect also should be there. while assessing. So all the domains we can just cover. So narrative carry more weight than numbers. He should be able to narrate what he is doing and how he is doing, what literature says, complications, everything can be assessed. Don't ignore assessment of knowledge related to that thing. That's what I just said. Now, multiple choice questions, it's already dealt. Recall type, higher order, we can consider clinical reasoning in these. Multiple choice, extended matching questions. What are these extended matching questions? Anybody knows? Is it told? Yes. We can have multiple options. We can have 10 options, 20 options. We can include the same thing, critical diagnosis in this, drugs in, and we can include key feature test. This is also dead?
No.
So how can we have this key feature test? Some critical step you can just involve, and specifically we are testing it. Nothing else. Case scenario can be given. So script concordance test. 4 experts will be there. They will be writing a script, and our testing person. So participant, whom we are testing, he also writes a script, and whether it's in concordance. Though it is a written test, we are trying to elicit what he is writing can be applied on the skill. So that is what is script concordance test. Did you get it or not?
Yes.
Yes. Can you please explain?
Basically, in clinical reasoning, when you come to a diagnosis,
Perfect.
you ask that person, either it's clinically or you can ask them to write it down and ask another couple of doctors
Perfect.
with match.
So oral examinations, biopsy, long case examination, this is again assessment method. We can consider, it was learned in teaching learning method also. Here in mini CEX, so we have a supervisor, so who will be there supervising a student. Alright, student is put in a real condition. He will be given a patient, he will be consulting a patient, but this guy supervisor will be checking how he's doing. Portfolios, external ministry, health, defense. So what are these portfolios? Yeah, ranges of, these are some of the documents which are, we are documenting some of the performances, what we had, maybe anything. It is like what we have done in the hospital or in the practical hall, that we are documenting. So already Dr. Ryan has mentioned this. So in Ministries we have all these: interview, physical examination, professionalism we check, clinical judgment can be seen, counseling can be done, organization, overall clinical competence can be assessed in Ministries. This is the setup, a small setup for Ministries. We can have it in, now since with the standardized patients we can replicate in skill labs, or otherwise in OPDs or anywhere we can have it. Now, so few of the tips for these now. So 4 from here. Assessment of skills. Yes, please.
No single method is useful. Use multiple methods for assessment toolbox to complement and compensate. Basic principle is direct standardized observation.
See, criterion based here. When we are assessing, we can go with some of the checklists which are standardized already. So I sent you one checklist of one of the competencies, ACAT, acute care management. So that is from Royal College. I'm not telling it as standardized, only Royal College is standardized. I'm just telling we can like have a criteria based checklist. So and we can have our own also based on that. Standardized formats. So assessment toolbox. You can, as it is said, multiple toolbox, from the toolbox you can collect multiple assessment methods. We have many of it. So which is told in the previous classes. Do you have any questions here? Anything new which is not told, we can just see. Acute care assessment. It is again multiple times. It's like observed many times. It's the same. So case-based discussions. All right, this get. So, see, all these are going with some of the formative things, formative assessment we have. For the documentation of the work, so what we have? Okay, so for direct observation, and for discussion of individual cases, we have case-based discussion, feedback on performance, we have MPAT and PSQ, patient satisfaction questionnaire, PSQ, then assessment of knowledge and skills, we have OSCE and MCQs, then record keeping, we have the portfolio. So for knowledge based on the domains, again it is repetition. So activity will be in the stations there. So before that, just a highlight on OSCE. So one particular thing we just look into. Steps in setting up a station for OSCE or OSCE, clarity of competencies. So again, 6 from here. Step 1 is we need to have clarity on competency. What is the skill competency we have? So here it is, diagnose and treat essential hypertension. What is the next step? Now we have given, again I have forwarded one more document, so which has all these. So SLOs, that is for suturing technique. So here it is for diagnosing and treating essential hypertension. So 5 in this. Alright, we are splitting it in the station. Next one, step 3. Together, all of you together. Select the task. Here we have history taking, record the blood pressure, interpretation of reading, so many other. In that we have selected 1. So that is recording the blood pressure. So we don't want to go again in detail of this, but we have the steps here for recording the blood pressure also. So first is what? Greet the patient and take consent. Expose the arm, adjust the height of the apparatus. Check BP in palpatory method, check BP in auscultatory method. Then go with record findings, take leave. What does take leave means?
Say bye.
Say bye. Yes, thank you. Say bye. Yes. So assign scores to each subtask. How will you do this? We need to have a checklist. So greet the patient and take consent. It is again depends on you. What's with the standardization, validity should be there. So you can, many of you can sit and form this. Greet the patient and take consent. Expose the arm. Adjust again 1, 1, 1, 1, 0.5. You need to set up the stations for this. We need the equipment ready and also checklist ready. You will be doing it now on the stations. But equipments are kept ready, only checklist will be given. And again remember, checklist itself gives you the steps of the skill, one particular skill. So checklist has the steps where you are taking, it gives the, and before that we would have a lesson plan where I mentioned all these SLOs competencies and teaching learning methods. Just for the reference, and we can disperse for lunch. Before that, if any questions. After that lunch.
Yeah. So basically, regarding this, the difficult part is for teachers. So far it was easy for the students. Now it was easy for the teachers because we have to just bring a PPT and come. Now we have to keep the station ready, we have to keep the checklist ready. So lot of extra. How it is going to be conducted is 1 minute, please. We'll finish fast, then we cannot. So there are students there, our interns are there. They will not do everything perfectly, hopefully. They are tensed. We have told them do as many mistakes as possible. So, but they are reading there and trying to be as perfect as possible. So they are our own interns. Please don't judge them. So you all are being judged actually. You all can do the ticking. You all can assign as a group as many marks as you want for your checklist. But don't discuss.
What is the total?
You all can do as many. That is up to you. But don't discuss where you are putting because you want to see whether
You have to just go on all 5 stations. Whole group one. Don't discuss with other group. Yeah, 5 stations. Going as a group.
No marks, only ticking.
You read the instructions on your checklist and this we can put to it. Whatever each checklist says.
Yeah, good, yeah.
We are privileged to have you as our
Sir, improve it after that. Because the timing is. Okay, we will cut down somewhere.
Yes, combined.
Okay, yes, yes. All right,
Technology.
all right.
BA will be
Yes.
taken by one.
Fine, fine, fine. Yes, yes.
emerging technologies.
Which are there? Yes, yes, yes. Perfect, perfect. I thought you were saying what
Yeah,
you
yeah.
you need that thing, huh?
No, no.
Yeah, because the thing is, the reports. So, this is perfect. This what you said is perfect, sir. Absolutely, this is super.
ಅಜಿತ್ಯರೇ ಚೂರು ಬರಲಿಲ್ಲ ಮತ್ತೆ ಕೇಕ್ಲುಂಡೆ ಇಂದೆತ್ತ ನಮ್ಮ ಎಚ್ ಡಿ ಎಮ್ ಐ ಕನೆಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ ಆಮೇಲೆ ಮುರಾಣಂಜಿ ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಿರ್ತೀನಿ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಎಚ್ ಡಿ ಎಮ್ ಐ ಅವು ಒಂದಕ್ಕೆ ಆ್ಯಸಸ್ ಲ್ಯಾಪ್ಟಾಪ್ ಕನೆಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ಅಲ್ಲ ಎಚ್ ಡಿ ಎಮ್ ಐ ಡೈರೆಕ್ಟ್
ಮೇಡಮ್ ಈಗ ಎಷ್ಟೊತ್ತಿಗೆ ಫಿನಿಶ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಎಷ್ಟೊತ್ತಿಗೆ
ಸ್ಟೇಷನ್ಸ್ ಆದಮೇಲೆ ಒಂದು ಡಿಬ್ರೀಫಿಂಗ್ ಟು ಬಿ ಡನ್ ಲಂಚ್ ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಇಮಿಡಿಯೇಟ್ ನಾವು ಸೊ ಐ ವಿಲ್ ಬಿ ಫಿನಿಶ್ 12 ಸಾಕು ಬಟ್ ದಿಸ್ AJIMS is not but for me the clear problem connecting so we finish education networking then field
ಒಂದೇ ಬರೋದು ಅದೆಲ್ಲ ಅಣ್ಣ ಎಂಕ್ಲ ಲ್ಯಾಪ್ಟಾಪ್ ಒಂಜಿ ಏಜ್ ಹಾಂ ಹಲೋ ಹಲೋ ಹಾಂ ಬಲ್ಲೆ ಓಡಿತ್ತು
ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ಎಂತ ಟಾಪಿಕ್ ನೆಟ್ವರ್ಕಿಂಗ್ ಇಂಡಸ್ಟ್ರಿ ಎಜುಕೇಶನ್
that's what some
I did not put that. I put in one Google one in
online course they put because they group activity like we have to evaluate some
networking education.
Yes.
Google has networking ಅದು is general
easy
ಅಲ್ಲ ಅಸೆಸ್ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ
each block this one might be
ಊಟ ಹೇಗೆ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿರ್ತದಾ? ಒಳ್ಳೆ
5 minutes. Basically, you know, example is we have to sit there. Station ಅಲ್ಲಿ 4 example 4 ಜನ ಒಂದು ಸ್ಟೇಷನ್ ಅವರೆಲ್ಲ ಸ್ಟೂಡೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಹೋಗ್ತಾರೆ.
So all have come.
Fail ಮಾಡೋದೇನಿಲ್ಲ. This is going to create more burden, more documents, more manpower, more salary. CPP ಬಂದಲ್ಲಿ
So groups are ready? All the groups?
So all of us are here. Good afternoon. So we'll be going for lunch soon. We'll just finish the debrief of this. The whole intention of having this system is tomorrow you will have to go to your respective departments and plan with your own staff, with your own HOD to have such stations and evaluation. So yes ma'am, for UGs, now big batch, so you have to think about UGs also. So we'll start with Dr. Sharath will debrief the entire, whatever we did so far just now.
The first question, how was the experience? Good.
We didn't find the experience so good.
Okay, easy to assess because of checklist, okay? Yeah, AC. So now, was it equipped? So going with the AC. Stations were equipped? Some were not. Okay, please. Yes, definitely.
In the rising station, local station was not
Yes.
one of the requirements.
So is it important? Yes.
No glove. No glove. Okay. So I was thinking we didn't have bell, so that you can keep in track of the time and go for the next station. How did you go for the next station? Who told you to go to the next station and how did you go? Instinctively.
We finished
We had Dr. Shodhan here who was taking you all over, right? So one is bell. With the bell, was there any direction to go there? No. Can we put it? Definitely. It will save time and the resource. The person dragging and going. We are short of
manpower. Tomorrow when pediatrics department is organizing, Dr. Ashwati will say we cannot keep one person just to guide the people around. So that is something we have to keep in mind when we are having such a form of assessment in our departments. Yes.
Was there any delegation of roles for all the 6 of you? What to do? Can we have clarity over it? Can we have, if we have a clarity of instructions were given here, so if we had the clarity, you would know what you have to do in your, right? So that's, again, regarding the marks or tick. So was the instruction given? No. So what was the total marks for each step? So based on the need, how can we divide the marks there? So was it given? No. So now, what else? Anything else you?
See, going so fast, there were times when I missed out looking at his steps when I was busy ticking the thing. So when we have a checklist, we're not actually, sometimes we lose to observe. Then I had to ask one of my friends to tell me whether he did that procedure. It goes in a sequence, like he will do it automatically.
So while
he knew the procedure, so that it goes very fast. But yeah, students will do it slowly. That's a different thing.
No, the problem here was, ma'am, you are evaluating a student and a skill which is not of your department. Tomorrow when you are creating for your own department, you yourself are making these steps. So, I think ma'am wants to.
Yours was the only group which took a step to prevent that from happening. You were the only group who was sitting here and going through the checklist. Others walked in. So, whether it's my department or yours, whichever checklist I must do. Like Ryan started by saying the our work increases. Because the way we do a thing and the way we make a checklist sometimes differs. Right? So it was important. This was the only group I noticed who was sitting here till the end and moving.
And who also asked about the marks.
Yes, you were the only group who was concerned whether I put a tick or I
put marks.
Why others did that? I don't know. We asked. Okay. We have to ask them.
You were the last to go.
You are the last to go. So ideally, the instruction in the checklist should say put a check or put that. So all of these intended error were to create a chaos. So you know this is exactly not what we are supposed to do.
Again, we can refine it. You can give again the instructions that verbalize whatever a person is doing, student is doing. 2 ways, his doing and verbalizing. If it is difficult for the assessment, in case that kind of skills are there, so steps are there, person is verbalizing. So even if it is actually, if they are not doing, as we do it in pharmacology, washing hands, just enact like I am washing hands, I am wearing gloves, I am inserting. That can be verbalized to get the mood.
One intern was doing that. So obviously you would have won the maximum marks.
So, what is the solution for that? So can we solve that problem? One intern is doing it, 6 of them were there, 5 or 6. Okay.
Others were not verbalizing. Probably it was not instructed.
Instructions.
No, we have not given the interns any instructions. We said whatever you want, you do, because they are not. We were not bothered about their assessment today.
No, I am telling in general. So whenever we have a skill, we have the steps, and we are assessing. Before a student comes there for the assessment, we can give him the clarity that you have to do, you have to verbalize what you say.
In the end, we are going to assess something that we have only taught. In the end, if we have not taught all this to the student, and you are coming and asking them to do this sort of assessment, then there is something wrong in our system. So you are going to assess whatever you have taught, whether it is now or earlier. So that is something that you have to keep in mind.
How much time you fix for each station?
Yes, again sir, that depends on the station complexity. So now if for example one station is getting over very fast and the next station is taking time, then what is the solution?
In between there should be a blank space.
There should be a rest station. So we can go to that team which has finished can go to the rest station and then go to the next station.
For that police cadet station, yes. How much time is that? How much time you want to learn?
I would allot 5 minutes, sir.
5 minutes.
Yeah.
So here, why verbalization is important means, see each student coming and putting the gloves, it may take some time. Few people may not put the gloves fast. It may take some time. Instead of that, we can verbalize. I am putting the gloves. Then, so that we can reach all the students.
Definitely, sir. That's a good. Yes. Especially when we have so many students.
Yeah. When we are in pharmacology, if it is formative assessment in internals, it is like every step is followed. When it comes to summative, we just have to clear it in 5 minutes, maybe one station. In that case, this helps.
And that time we have to inform the students in advance that they have to verbalize. We cannot expect them to verbalize when we have not instructed them to verbalize.
If you're seeing for a sterile procedure whether they're doing it or following the sterile, then it will not be done by organization.
Yes, again, it depends on how what is your objective. What are you expecting from that station? The stations today were just to have this discussion and get to know what are the problems, what are the things that we face.
And depends on the location, whether you are assessing in the skill lab or you are assessing in the OPD set. So that also makes a difference. And whether you are assessing as an individual or are you assessing a team. So when you are assessing a team also, teamwork is also another area where we can skill assessment goes, communication. So whether there is closed loop communication, in that everybody would be talking and doing things. So simultaneously also sometimes. So that is important. It depends upon what skill, where you are doing. So all these, we need to put it down on paper, give the clarity and go for it. Teaching, learning or the assessment, anything.
One more thing to clarify. When we went, many asked, should we allot marks, It all depends upon the procedure. For example, there are some procedures which are 10 points, one procedure 11 points, and next procedure 12 points. You can't allot 1 mark for all, so you will have one is 10, 11. So you see the difficulty of the procedure and you can allot half mark or 1 mark.
You can club. No, we made it 10 there, so whichever was 12.5, 0.5.
Yeah.
Club 2 steps and do it as 1. So that becomes 0.5.
Ma'am, anything to add up?
No, I just wanted a clarification. You did means as a teacher, assessor right now. So that should not be done by you. Ideally, the person making the checklist, the assessor, or you could be the maker.
Because it was shown in that one of this one, 0.5, 0.5 one is there.
That was set for that particular set.
No, we use the same.
You use the same. Ideally, when we make the checklist, so each station should have equal marks. Ideally. And there is also something called sequential station. If you feel a station requires too much to be covered, don't put it all in one station. One station followed by the rest of it. Do a clinical procedure and interpret the result. Or put on the ECG leads and interpret this ECG. Sequential stations. So in one, because we should try and ensure there is a uniformity of time. We cannot have a 5 minutes and a 2-minute station.
That is like ma'am said, if you want to assess the sterile procedure, keep a separate station and then the continuity of that into the.
Here, the timing is important. That's why when we have a interns exit exam, OSCE based, we should know what each one is assessing. No one department can have, I want a 5 minutes one. And somebody says, no, for me only 2 minutes is enough. Because when you run a OSCE, those are all the logistic issues which we have to manage.
Here there is no interns exit exam.
So next is coming. It's not very far.
No, what I meant is here the concept is not.
I know. So that's why the reason I mentioned interns is because there are about 12 departments involved. So you are not having a single HOD looking at everything. It's 12 departments. Even in a department, we may be assigned responsibility. You make one OSCE, you make one, you make one. Now each one of us, if we don't talk, we don't know. I am making 5 mark, you are making 10 mark. You are putting 20-point OSCE, I am putting a 3-point OSCE. So that is where, and one more thing about checklist, there is called as a global rating scale. Many things are difficult to put into marks. marks. So there is something which is called at that, was the procedure overall acceptable? So we put a tick mark there also. So there can be global rating and there can be individual
There is something which must have been done in that.
Yeah.
And others, if they do it, they get extra marks.
global ratings are good when we are talking of communication, when we are talking of counseling and all. Because in such affective domain, everything cannot be smooth. So I may talk to you in a very methodical way. What is your name, age, gender, but I have no communication skill. This is a checklist I am doing. So there the overall helps. I may have fulfilled your checklist, but overall you will grade me negative. So that's where in those overall helps. Not in psychomotor domain skills. There it's a checklist. It's a standard concept.
One doubt, ma'am. When they're done and not done, that is one way of putting a tick. What about done right, correctly, completely, or half done?
Exactly. That's where you're designing of checklist. So I will not say was the catheter inserted. Was the catheter inserted correctly? Was the catheter inserted up to this particular level? So my checklist should be very clear. And it's usually not in the question mark form, it's a statement. The catheter is inserted up to this mark. Yes, no. So there is no in between and asking. That is why it is objective. In between is subjective, what we all do in the form of a case presentation or a viva or just see them do it. The reason it's objective is there is no in between. Affective domain in between, then we do a global rating. But in general, it is a very objective rating.
Because one student must have missed a step, but another one is done wrong. So that how to differentiate?
Yes, so if your checklist is clear, what you are defining is called a degree. So when you say wrongly, what was wrong? Was the technique wrong? Was the amount inserted wrong? Was the way in which it was held was wrong? And if it is such an important skill for your objective, put it up into multiple skills. If it's part of it, I am assessing something more. Aseptic precautions is just one part, then I can have just one point. Followed aseptic precaution. Because that's not my objective at all. Whereas when you're doing in pharmacology, community medicine, surgery for aseptic station, it's important. Everything. Donning of glove to use of is to disposal. Everything is important. So based on my objective, my point scoring and all will change. So, also what you spoke about vocalizing, very important to have students trained much before. In what you both also did in what you call briefing. Here you had a briefing of the teachers. Similarly, there is a briefing of the students. You will walk into the places wherever you need to wear gloves. There are no gloves kept there. Please tell loudly, I am wearing gloves. There is no jelly kept there. Inform, I am taking a jelly. Or there is a jelly kept there. Make sure you use it appropriately. Or for example, there are 3 types of syringes kept there. Please choose the correct one. I mean, it's a way we tell them. So otherwise they'll think everything is there, I should not use it. So our briefing is very, very important.
Madam, I'm not clear on what Madam asked actually. How do you really grade about that same question I had?
Okay, you give me an example.
I give you an example. I have
Yeah.
observed.
Can I?
For police category,
painting.
in that, this one, pushing the distilled water to the right catheter is very, very important to secure the catheter. He pushed in the wrong catheter. So as such, 0 marks. Even though here is done pushing the catheter into distilled water is there, but it's the wrong catheter. That's absolutely wrong.
So where does it mention in the checklist? Point 8 is distilled water introduced.
Yeah,
Okay?
yeah.
Why do I introduce distilled water in a police
To secure the
To
catheter.
secure.
Yeah.
So that means I should inflate the balloon if I'm
yeah,
wrong.
yeah,
That's not my competency. So, but if I'm correct technically, it should right?
yeah.
What if I inject 50% of distilled water? As per this, distilled water introduced, I will give a right.
Wrong catheter.
He was putting inside the catheter. I'm giving two
Two catheters.
I'm giving 2 things. A, introduced into the wrong place. Second, I give less water. So both should be here.
He should check whether it's
He should check. Is it written here? Yeah. No. There's no mistake. See, we are all learning. We are all learning. It should be.
If you want that point, I think it should be clarified.
Yes. So if police catheterization organization, if it's an intern, every point is important. He cannot make a mistake of not checking it. So that should be there. Did he check for whatever XYZ? Yes, he did check. So no midway between the two. So whatever skill you have, lignocane jelly introduced into the urethra. If for your procedure, the amount of jelly is important, mention that. 2 ml or 2 inches or 2 centimeter of jelly put. You got it? So being a little specific in whatever you expect in
Quantitative wise, okay ma'am. Quality wise, ma'am. For example, painting maybe.
Okay.
There is the checklist is
Okay.
painting has been done.
Right.
But I am painting. I want first the center and then come the periphery.
Absolutely. Even I do the same. So for me the
So if he has done that, but he has done.
That is why ma'am said.
So that is why you put it in your checklist.
See,
You have to put it. That is why it is OSCE, objective.
See, when I assess my BG, when I assess my BG for aseptic precaution, first year BG, this is there. Did you paint in the correct fashion, moving from center to periphery? Right? I put that. For my BG, it's very important. Did he paint the other side? Did he reach up to the ear? Whatever else I want. So each one is a checkpoint. Yes. Did he put the second layer?
That's why it's a lot more work for the faculty.
Trust me, designing a OSCE is as difficult or more than designing a MCQ. MCQ will still get away. OSCE you can't get away because there's a student there who sits on your head and said, I did it, you will see. For that, this is not much more difficult than designing an MCQ.
Wrongly or zero.
Given 1 mark, then it is 0.
Yes.
If it is 3 marks,
Only 1 mark. He has done something, but it's not correct. So I can give out of 3, can I give 1?
if you want to be objective,
Is anybody hungry?
No, ask time or time.
OSCE.
So you have, we might have 2 stations there. So 3 stations, one for veg, other for non-veg. Sweets are there. What the mini
We'll be back at 2. We'll be back at 2.
Sir, you should have checklist at home also.
His wife will have a checklist for it. Nowadays, Sharad is not concentrating too much on work. There is something he's expecting very soon.
Not soon, very much.
Yeah.
As and when the students fill in, they can download it at the end of the year. I mean, we can have a full foundation of how possible.
So they can download.
They can download it and test it.
That's the last topic.
ಇಲ್ಲ ಸರ್
You first part. Networking into
Yes.
Yes, second. There should be supporting videos in the pen drive. Easy to read. That's okay. You should have that available.
Yes,
She's going to do.
This is coming here.
She's doing now. So I do after her.
This will be for the
Because it's my
Yeah, sure, sure, sure.
After this SQL part, I will deal with it and then. No, otherwise what happens is I am between the things.
Don't ask us.
Good afternoon all. So welcome back. So as I put on the screen here, you can see some icons which are related to social networking media. So nowadays, social networking media is a part and parcel of our life. So can you just identify? Yeah.
Facebook,
Yes.
Twitter,
Yes.
YouTube,
Yeah.
Instagram,
Yes.
WhatsApp,
Yes.
Google Plus,
Yeah.
LinkedIn,
Yes.
Line,
Yes.
Telegram.
Yes, very good. So, so now we have used this mainly on a social platform, like for sharing messages or some other messages. So how do we use some of these networks when we apply it for medical education mainly? So the topic is educational networking for growth. So how do we use some of these networks, that is the social media, for professional development? So the specific learning objectives of the session are to name the different educational networking media and to explain how to use them as networking for growth. So the word network, if it is a common term, so it has different meanings in different contexts. So in this picture, if you just see, it is just showing a crisscross of roads across the country. Then if you see the directory, that is where a list of names are maintained with the personal details for the personal advancement, so which helps in career opportunities. And then here you can see a network of computers which are connected, interconnected for a common output. So these are the different contexts in which the word network is used. So here first we'll define what is this networking. It is an art of creating interdependent or interconnected groups or systems for the mutual benefit of all the members of the group or system. So it will be like there may be different ideas of the members of the group when they form. So they come out with different outcomes, and that will be for the benefit of interdependent groups as well as the overall whatever goal they have to achieve. So now what is this educational networking? When we use these social networking technology for educational purposes, so that becomes an educational networking. So you have different groups. So you have the WhatsApp, different groups with MEU India, that is Medical Education Unit. Then after the CBME is implemented, you have subject-specific CBME Biochemistry, CBME Physiology, where all this sharing of different resource materials and other advancements are. So here in this picture, so you have seen the different neurons in a brain, how they function to transmit the signals, so how they are interconnected to ultimately achieve the function of neuronal excitation. So similarly here, people from different diversities, so they share their different ideas as well as their resources, and that is the whole concept of networking. So why do we need networking? This is to remain informed. So what are the advancements which are happening in your particular specialities? Then it is as a tool for health education, for communication with the peers as well as the patients, for dissemination of information, helping in career opportunities. What are the advancements? What are other opportunities for jobs available for the individual? And also as a holistic approach in clinical care with an interprofessional approach. So this all helps, the networking usually helps to fulfill all these. Then functioning of an educational network. So usually, as I told, as per the subject of expertise, so you have different groups. So once the CBME was implemented, so we had different groups which was done by Medical Education Unit India, like we had the CBME Biochemistry group, etc., where we any resource material, anything latest advancements were asked and it was shared. So we usually join the groups of interest and we mutually benefit with each other's views and interests. So that is why it helps to expand what existing knowledge we have and creates new knowledge. So this networking helps to stay connected, stay updated. It helps in professional growth and improves the quality of medical education. So newer avenues can be explored. So some of the tools for networking in common in our workplace, like in day-to-day, in our college activities, we are in a number of committees. So we have some meetings, interdepartmental meetings. When we have some memorandum of understanding with different colleges, we have some meetings. So there also we have a networking happening. So any lunch when we are having together, so again we share our ideas. So all those are networking. Then again when we conduct any workshop or a CME, so it's a teamwork, a group work. There also many people come together, network and share their ideas as well as the resources. So overall there is a professional development and you learn something from each other. So it's a collaborative approach there. So at professional level, the conferences, the workshops, so this is the best example here, what you are experiencing, the revised course, basic course workshop. So from different specialities, there is a networking, and now I also joined recently from another institution, so I came to know many of the clinicians and other faculty here. So this is also an example of networking, and our MA officer, Rashmi ma'am, she shared her thoughts in the morning, so it's again a networking. So all this is an educational networking platforms. Now later social, we usually in family get-togethers or your social networking sites like your WhatsApp, Telegram, etc. during festivals, those are all the social networking. So for educational professional development, so we have what is called as FAMER. So it is an example of an effective medical education network. So here actually there are 300 different education leaders from about 40 different countries who usually collaborate and share their ideas, their resources, their views, and then they work together and we come out with different programs, publications and other advancements. So regularly there will be some mentor-learner web sessions where all the teams, they share their experiences and then later all the knowledge as well as the advancements. It's on the global platform. So we have almost 8 regional institutes, that is 4 in India, 2 in China, 1 in Brazil and 1 in Sub-Saharan Africa. So here actually in our institute we have an LMS system, a learning management system. So here we it is, you can see, there are different icons here. So if actually this total subject, it indicates how many of the students have taken the course, I mean a subject specific, the course specific ways. And then we can share our materials, whatever classes we take in the particular folder, we can upload our materials, our PPTs or whatever other learning resources we want to share. Then we can give assignments, especially when we are doing any SDL session. So after 4, etc. So that can be uploaded. So we post the question or make a folder and the assignments can be uploaded by the students. Then here tests, some of the MCQ based questions can be posted with time frame. Then we have a forum, that is you have some question which is posted and a thread is created where each of the students answer the questions and it is like an interactive mode between the faculty as well as the students. So this is just introduced and we have another folder for logbook also. So here actually the students, whatever certifiable skill is done, when they submit it can be evaluated and returned back with comments. And later they can take the whole PDF so of the logbook can be downloaded by the student once everything is done and they can take a printout and keep it with them. So this is the LMS system which is in our institute. So now all this social networking, there are multiple social networking medias. So but which is most common in all our day-to-day use with educational purposes. So how do we use this for our growth? So especially during the COVID era, so many of us were asked to enroll into many of these programs. There are some online learning communities, Coursera, Udemy, Khan Academy, especially the Coursera, it gives a lot of online courses. Your choice of courses you can enroll. And there is again group activities, some project submissions, so there is an interaction within the faculty as well as the other groups. Then other social media like Facebook, Messengers, then Twitter, your YouTube channels, where resources can be shared between the faculty as well as if the teacher-student groups are there, they can also be shared. Then you have certain virtual professional learning communities like a Google Classroom, which most of us have used during the COVID era. So where the teacher could post the materials as well as share the assignments, the comments, then correct and give back what is the feedback, and plus the students also could give the comments on each other and share their views. So with Schoolology is again another Google Classroom type of platform. So again, many of the doctors use some of the apps. So some of them I've just listed here. So you have the Curify app where mainly the doctors can book a patient's appointments and share with other references to the other doctors. So then you have the Omnicurus. It is a wide platform where many courses are available for the doctors to take up, certification courses. And another Medscape, which is mainly a lot of CM events, latest updates in medicine are available. So these are all some of the learning platforms related to healthcare. So as Ray Hoffman has rightly told, your network is the people who want to help you and you want to help them, and that's really powerful. So with this, I just hand over to Dr. Ullas sir to share his experiences on networking.
Rashmi madam already told that how the networking helps. I mean, morning, the courses which you can enroll yourself, we all did it in COVID time, the Swayam, isn't it? Biomedical course. We are forced to do it actually. But that is not our networking actually. We have joined some communities like ACM, Framer, and we have education communities. We can learn a lot of things. That is regarding the courses, also things which you already told, all the avenues are already there for professional growth. So, but networking begins when we attend a conference, CME, or this is the one where I come to know some approach. I forgot your name, madam. Anita. Madam, your? Karthik. What I did is nothing but networking. Okay. Just networking. Don't say flirt. Okay.
Yeah, you asked only girls.
That's because only two I don't know.
Girls.
Only two I don't know. That's I know. Okay. So, yeah. So how networking helps? Yeah, bias. Yeah, opposite networks. So, in 2009, when I landed in June 13th, I knew only one person in Bangalore. Guess who? Dr. Chandrasekhar. Okay, from my UG days and PG, I mean both. He was there in MMC as a UG and PG, so I know him there. So he is the only person I know in Bangalore. Okay, so I landed here, knowing nothing about Bangalore. Forget about the language. Language I know nothing. I know only one thing. Tuluvar Puji. That's all. Okay, that's the only I think language I know about Tuluvar. So then I slowly started like our HOD, Dr. Jaiprakash. He introduced me to clinician there in the Dow. Then they introduced me to some new venues. Okay, I came to contact all the clinicians. Then Ajka also I joined. Okay, then slowly I got into contact. Then I went to IMA, Indian Medical Association, and I was secretary, became later. And then Association of Medical Consultants, I was the founder secretary, like 2 years I became. So then it increased a lot of confidences. Not only that, by 2009 I joined, and 2010 I started my practice. So I went to one hospital, that is Mangala Hospital. Then I got connection, another connection, another connection, another connection. It started 20 hospitals. So I started in one hospital. Within 1 year, through my networking, I approached 20 hospitals. Then I stopped because we have to put, you should know your limits. Okay, so there are 4 things in our.
Stopping much earlier.
Madam?
Let's say we are putting the stop much earlier than.
Okay. So I can't too much, I can't, because 4 things in our life we have to balance. Okay, professional life, social life, personal life. Okay, and family life. These 4 things you have to balance. Professional life, of course, we are the college is there. Okay, social life, our social group friends are there. Personal life, our own hobbies. I had no time. I am a very good swimmer, athlete, whatever it is. I don't have much time for all such things. Okay, bodybuilder, whatever, yogasana, all this. But my personal life has gone almost because I took 20 hospitals. Okay, then about family life. Okay, I did not know what is the height of my daughter. When I left in the morning, she was sleeping. When I came back in the night, she was sleeping. Then suddenly I noticed that she was this much. Okay. Oh my God. Okay. So then I have to balance these 4 things at least. Okay. I should go trekking at least once in 6 months or so. Okay. So that is how the networking started, and I, professionally, whatever it is. And even in just 2 years of starting my career, I got an opportunity to speak in the state medical conference, state conference of Orthopedics Association, Karnataka Orthopedics Association. They honored me in their conference. They were first to, for a non-clinician or from their, other than their specialty, they honored me in Hubli. So that is how I started. That's all because, not because I know more than many others, but because of my network. Okay, I came to know about all the orthopedicians in Bangalore, all clinicians for that matter. So that's how I started networking. And then, of course, somewhere you have to stop, okay, slow down, because family life, personal life, we suffer. Okay, professional life is, of course, not an issue. So, anyway, there are many advantages of being a network. Okay, so it includes professional ties. Yes, definitely. Okay. The ACME course which I had, I came to so many from Tamil Nadu, Andhra Pradesh, so many people. Okay, that the groups, so many groups are there in educational activities. It includes new knowledge. So professional ties include job opportunities. Like I got so many hospitals like that. Then career advancement. You can do so many courses, as Madam said, certificate which you want or which you don't want, whatever it is. But still, for your happiness, your success, it will be there, and you will get exchange of new ideas. Today you are meeting yourself, when you get new ideas. At least I got from Rashmi Madam, okay, and Padmini Madam. I heard her talk. It was so good. I got to know about new things by attending just this one few hours here, and gaining knowledge. Of course, we always say knowledge is power, information. Time is the greatest healer. Okay, smile is the best ornament. Okay, also things we'd say. Nahi jnanena sadarsham. Okay, anyway, all these groups are nothing but increases your knowledge. Okay, and then improves your creativeness and intellect, and then communication and social skills. Definitely. Today, why I am so confident is just because I am in IMA or AJIMS. Okay, why I have so many gatherings? Because otherwise I would have been very shy person. Basically, I am a very shy person. But today I can come and speak in front of you just because my social networking. Okay, and then of course you have to attend all these conferences. I have attended more than 100 conferences. That's all because I can showcase my talent or I can make communications. Okay, so all over India connections I can do. Even if you have to attend marriage also. So many people nowadays kids and all, you ask them to attend marriage and they don't come. Then nowadays kids are losing everything just mobile only networking. Okay, see, social media, there is only one thing. You will get pseudo friends and true enemies. Okay, so you have thousands of likes, but nobody there when you are there in the hospital. Okay, you will have thousands of likes. Okay, so you have attend marriage. Of course, attending marriage, there is so many people have so many agendas. Kanya varate rupam, mata vittam, pita sutam, bandava kulam ichanti, mashtana bhojanam, itere jana. Like Kanya looks for in a marriage, rupam. Okay, how the bride, groom is. Okay, the bride is. Then mata vittam, mother looks for money. Okay, bandava looks for kula. Okay, kula gotra and mashtana bhojanam, itere jana. Okay, others are looking for only food. You have different ideas for attending a conference. Okay, so any conference or any meeting you are attending, dress properly. One thing. Second, smile. Okay, and you think why you are meeting these people. Okay, I know why exactly I am meeting Rashmi Madam. Okay, for my advancement in medical education. Okay, you thought before only. You have this, and then ask open-ended question. How to communicate with a newcomer, okay? Or some unknown person is sitting next to you. Just ask an open-ended question. How do you feel? What is your opinion? Like you are sitting in a bus stand, some person is there, okay? Just ask, okay? Oh, whether it's what's your opinion? Like, or something like that, okay? What's your opinion? Or open-ended questions will lead to communication. Then follow it up. Okay, remember the names. Name are for so many people difficult. At least for me, it is difficult to remember the names. Okay, I am good in locating the place. Okay, if you tell me the place, I will definitely remember, not the name. But remembering the name is the most important thing for the social networking connection. Madam, other day I met in Father Muller, the skill education, you are there, you taught me. Okay, so then how, this is how you have to follow. Okay, you have to call the student and say, Madam, I met you in Father Muller, okay, I am your student, okay, so please give me a PPT. Okay, so this is our network. She will not give definitely simply because somebody asking randomly. But I will tell, Madam, you are so good that day. Okay, I was your student. I am attended skill education in Father Muller. Okay, then definitely. So this is how networking helps. Okay,
This is
for your
skill, not network.
Okay. So long-lasting relations. Okay. Today you know most of the things, most of the people here, you will have definitely long-lasting relations. Okay. Now you people are totally strangers, most clinicians and for this. Okay. I will be moving up and down. Okay. But others difficult. Now you will know each other. It's definitely this MU definitely help you to have long-term relations. In future also you smile at each other. Okay. So that is one thing. Then it may give business contract also thing also. Okay, you don't know. Sir may tell you what new avenues for investment or real estate. Today I come to know he gave me some new land property somewhere there in the, so he gave me an idea. Or shares or whatever it is. So many things are there, not just networking. So these things help. So this is my small one. I just want one or two people to share their experience, how they did. Like, of course, definitely I will be asking her. So how YouTube or this I don't know, all these social networks are not there. Okay, I just face to face. Okay, no social media. Madam, how is your experience? Just 1 or 2 minutes. Reels, Instagram, influencer, YouTube. Okay, how have the career? Yeah, how she increased, gave value to her career through social media networking. Do you recommend to all others? I am planning to enter into YouTube. I am going to make some new videos, okay, so that I can have a national approach.
Sir, actually nowadays people are more into social media or like for example now Instagram. So I used to make short videos. Now, apart from personal, even a professional account where I used to educate regarding my subject. Like for example, OBG, what are period problems, period cramps, what is normal, what is abnormal. I used to make short videos and put. And definitely seeing that, some patients have also approached me. Where is your clinic? And they come for consultation, all those things. And not just that, even students, I think most of the 50% of AJ students are my patients. So they are more free to maybe approach me because of I'm more friendly and my nature maybe they come to know through social media. So that way I think it has helped me.
You recommend others?
Sir, it depends on whether someone wants to do it or not. Because if there are people who don't like publicity or don't like putting their photos anywhere or videos, they don't like recording, they don't like public speaking, then maybe not for them. No sir, he is one step ahead of me, but not in making, no reels or no Instagram, but he is a good speaker as in taking classes or that sort of thing.
Yes, thank you very much, madam. Anyone has to share their media experience or of course, what madam has already told, she has done one course in public health. Healthcare. Sir has done in statistics. Sharas sir has done hair transplant. Then who else has done new courses?
Anita has done PGDM maybe.
Medical legal.
Okay, PGDML, okay. So you are close to us. Medical, same. Yeah. So anyone else new avenues or new courses you have done or
Some students are not able
then I think you have to add. You already told, okay, madam, morning I will do networking and new courses, whatever it is. So, yes sir, sir. Yeah.
Secret networking.
Okay, thank you very much, thank you. As Napoleon Bonaparte says, would I could press you all to my heart. Thank you. Okay, that is French translation. Would I could press you all to my heart. Napoleon's last words.
Which topic is going on? This one.
Good afternoon, everyone. So, mine is a very short session. I'm not going to be dealing with much because we already know about this. The art of giving and receiving feedback, both ways. So, I just want you to think back 2 days before. There was a question on this in the pre-test. What did you all answer? This group? That is the thing. What about that group? Any thoughts? Do you remember what you answered for? Feedback is for dash. Evaluation. Improvement.
Missing the gaps.
To fill the gaps. Feedback is for. See what I'm doing? I'm reinforcing and seeing to it that you're writing the correct answer for the post test. So that is what I'm doing. Anyway, feedback is for definitely, it is for improvement. Okay, feedback. After the skill station, all of you reconvened here and Sharat sir and Ryan sir, everybody got together and started asking, and you all gave a lot of suggestions, lot of things, which is all for next time when we take the workshop, we will definitely think about doing a blunter thing, but as well as we will also, probably take up some of the feedbacks and do a certain one step ahead and do the improvement. So feedback is part of a learning cycle. It is a vicious thing which is very important from all the stakeholders, not just one of the stakeholders, and it is definitely towards improving a learning environment. It is part of the learning cycle. Having said that, for definition's sake, there is a definition. Entei in 1983 described feedback as an information describing performance in a given activity intending to guide their future performance in a similar or related activity. I guess it says it all. In 2002, Hesketh and Laidlaw, they told that it is definitely a very essential component of educational process enabling. I think in our everyday life, we come across our students, and if something occurs to us, we do give them a feedback, right? If they ask, that is probably most of us. But as educators or facilitators, when it comes to academic learning environment, we should make it a habit to give the feedback. So as I told, it is a very essential component of the teaching, learning and assessment process. Assessment is the formative assessment, which is for learning. Feedback is a very essential component. Can we give feedback after summative assessment? Do they really come back? If at all we put the whole thing together with the networking and all, we can pass it on to our friends. From first year I can tell the second phase teachers what has happened with that student, and that teacher will like to get to know what kind of a student this is, and probably the feedback will run. But then in Rajiv Gandhi University kind of setup, it is very difficult to know what went wrong in summative.
So formative is the best time to give the feedback because we know exactly whom we are targeting. So there are certain clouds that I have put here. How to give feedback. I am just going through, but then we will illustrate this again during the role play, which is awaited. So first and foremost, we have to establish a very respectful environment. Respect others as you want them to respect yourself. Then communicate clearly the goals and objectives for the feedback. It is not time pass, right? Something should be the agenda and it should be really laid out clearly. Let it be based on direct observation. That teacher told like this. I mean, don't get influenced. It should be your observation and your perspective. So don't be prejudiced. And timely and regular occurrence. Today we have noticed some flaw. And after about 2-3 months when the student comes back and meets us, if you get back to the same thing, the flawed thing, probably we are losing out on a good feedback. And use the specific neutral language, confirm that the learner is understanding and facilitating its acceptance. Reflect on your feedback skills as well as conclude with the action plan. I'm going little bit of a depth about establishing respectful environment. Can I have that group please reading out the points for me? Establish a respectful environment. What should be the points please?
Positive learning climate. Teacher and learner working together. Mutual trust and respect.
Next.
Effective private setting, considerate tone, good interpersonal skills.
I hope all of us agree with that. It should not be out in the open along with an audience there when we are doing it. So look at this cartoon character, what it says. I don't suppose any of you BBAMs know how to spell mutual respect. I mean, look at the irony. They're talking about mutual respect and look at the way the facilitator is talking about it. And the second cartoon, I expect you all to be independent, innovative, critical thinkers who will do exactly as I say. Okay, so now, you really have to think what is it that we have to be talking to our learners. Communicate clear goals and objectives for feedback. The next group, please, can you read it out for me?
Orient the learner. What is to be achieved? Schedule feedback session.
Okay, and going to the next one, based on direct observation.
Important clinical skills like history taking, general examination, communication, patient counseling skills.
So these are the places that we talked about during our assessment, right? At the time of assessment, it is definitely mandatory for us to note down what is the feedback. It should be running in our head, what is the feedback that we are going to be giving. These are the avenues where we make note of the points where feedback is required. And then?
Observe performance, notes areas of success, remediation. Feedback on behaviors, not personality traits.
What do I mean by that? I mean, say they have their body language is definitely a part of communication which needs to be taken care of. But if they have any other personality traits such as, the way they dress, and I mean, we should not go to that personal level and then talk about that. So that is not what they are here for. So let us give respect to that. Even if it is told about, let it be very generalized in the sense, being in the medical profession, there is something called as professionalism, the way they have to dress up and all that is there. But let it be a general comment. Please do not go to the specifics and be very personal. Timely and regular occurrence. Can this group please talk about this? Timely and regular occurrence. The feedback has to be timely and in regular occurrence. So what is the first point? It has to be during the formative time and it has to be a behavioral occurrence. In the sense, it should be a regular thing that is happening at periodic intervals and it has to be multiple. So it has to be multiple in the sense you can really think about how you're going to give a feedback. In the sense, what they feel is when they come to professional life, they feel that they're being judged and some grudge will be kept against that during the assessment and you're going to, be partial about the marks. So all of these kind of things should not happen when a feedback is happening. They should really know that it is for their improvement. It is not for having a grudge against the learner and nowhere it will be carried forward. So you have to make the learner comfortable with the feedback. So as we all know, our learners are all climbing up the Dreyfus skill acquisition pathway here. We have from novice till the expert. So at different points of time, they're going to come across different guides and at all points of time it is essential to give a good appropriate feedback. Using of specific neutral language, can you please? So we have to think what are the words that we will be using. It takes a lot of process in thinking about the words. Using respectful, supportive tone, precise, descriptive and neutral wording with clear examples. At the end of the day, they should not be lost. What is it that I have done that she is talking so much? I mean, they should not be lost. And there is a feedback called as sandwich feedback. Anyone heard of this word, sandwich feedback? Anyone?
Say something nice and then
Yes.
something.
Tell all the positives, then in between, but you should know to be, we should be critical because that is the only way they are going to improve upon, and then end it up with a positive. Yeah, be encouraging, do not discourage them. All the negatives will ultimately result in negative itself. Feedback handled well enhances relationship and is for a beneficial change. Now this is one more thing, it is not enough if we keep talking. At the end of the day, you should know if the learner has comprehended whatever that you have to say. So there is something called as the ECO model. The step 1 is explore the emotional reaction. C is a clarify content of the feedback, and the O is you have to sit together with the learner and then come out with an outcome plan. So what are we going to do about it? Don't criticize, don't ask like, what is it that you're going to do about it? That's not the way. I am there to help you. Let's together sit down and chart a plan for this. We are going to overcome this. So being andragogic style is all our adult learners, they're responsible. They know that they have done mistakes. So it is very much useful if we sit along with them and tell it as a mutual problem and then work it out. And definitely they'll come out and they will as well follow it up. So conclude with the action plan is always essential. It's not enough you tell only the bad things and leave them at that. Okay, there should be a outcome plan, action plan, and it is usually learner generated. The learner himself or herself will come out with how best to get out of it. Of course, a facilitator is there to fine tune it. Summarize the entire meeting. You tell them, okay, this is what we discussed, this is how it went, and this is what we have decided to come out with. I hope we will meet up next time and talk about it again. And finish it off. Let it be not a closed thing. It should be completed. Give it to them, and it is a way of communication as well. Now this feedback is very much an essential component of communication also. I think all of this is not just for the learner. When we talk about patients and in various contexts also, this is going to be helpful. So review progress and continue working together is always essential. Now may I invite Dr. Veena and Dr. Aarti. Basically, we are here to do a role play now, and this is something that I have prepared, and we are on MasterChef India. So can we have a round of applause to our judges from MasterChef India? This is Dr. Veena Bhagwan and Dr. Aarti. Both are MasterChef India judges who are going to judge me. I am Padmini, who considers myself very proficient in cooking, and I have got out this level.
You have another 10 seconds left. Can we have a countdown, please?
3,
2, 1. Okay, Padmini, what do you have for us today?
Ma'am, I have a plate of dal with what we call it as yellow rice in India, and of course a pickle. I'm audible, right?
Yes.
Audible. Yeah. This is for your tasting, madam.
Okay, Padmini, let's start with your presentation. I'm very fascinated with the fact that you put it in a coconut bowl. I never realized that dal can be put into a coconut bowl and presented like that.
Maybe we could have done with a little more uniform cutting of your coconut.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I am actually an environmentalist, so I decided on not wasting that coconut shell and putting it on.
Alright, and then coming to your entire plating as such, maybe a little less would have made it look better. Okay, a little bit of, just a little bit of pickle, not as much as we see on the plate.
Alright. I understand, ma'am. I think I will consider about it when I do it next.
And as according to the taste, it's spot on. Maybe a little less of masala.
Alright.
Yeah.
Thank you so
Well
much.
done.
Thank you so much.
Okay. What do you think Master Chef is about? So the winner will be hired by Michelin 3-star restaurants. What do you know about that? Coming to your, you think just putting some yellow rice and some sambar like that, you will be able to qualify for that? And coming to your combination, how can a pickle be a combination for a sambar or a dal? Hope you understand and the level of our competition what you have. Okay, let me see how it tastes. And one more thing. ತೆಂಗಿನ ಚಿಪ್ಪಲ್ಲಿ ಹಾಕಿ ಆ 3 ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಸ್ ರೆಸ್ಟೋರೆಂಟ್ ಅನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಚಿಪ್ಪು ಇಡಿಸ್ಬೇಕಂತ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀರಾ? Okay. See, as I already told you, this is going to be international level. We will be going to international level once you clear this. So you need to have a variety. One is this too spicy, so that it will not be acceptable outside India. And rice again, it's very local, so you need to improve your standards if you want to go ahead. Hope you understand that.
So, whom do you like better? I mean, me at least. I like Dr. Aarti better than Dr. Veena. Okay. So, see, I was like completely closed. I mean, I'm not ready to accept, and neither will I agree to that you know, nothing good is there over there. Something, right? There is at least some creativeness. There is an attempt to do it at least. There is something, right? It is not like a total zero. Do you all agree with me? Yes. So, exactly. I did an attempt of cooking. I came out with some innovativeness, something. Yes. So, as I would definitely listen to the first judge probably, because she told little pluses at least. I agree. You know, criticality is required. It is required. Because you know, learners are not expert. They're not proficient at all. They're coming here for learning something. So we as experts have to be critical and do the appraisal in the right kind of manner. So that was about the role play for feedback. We have, I hope all of you agree. Do you have anything more to say? So we have come towards the end of feedback. Now I'll continue with the...
This was prepared and enacted. Like, do you think Vilamakar is regular?
He knows I can't time negative.
I did ask both of the ma'ams to help me out yesterday itself. We had a brainstorming, and definitely the networking has improved, the STL has improved, there are a lot of things that is being improved here. So we'll go with the next topic, which is self-directed learning. May I start? Yes, we have come towards the end, and I think that is good news. So at the beginning of day one, we started with the IMG, Indian Medical Graduate, who is a 5-star doctor, right? So the 5-star would be a proficient clinician, not proficient, competent clinician, I'm sorry for the word, competent clinician, good leader, professional, communicator. What's the 5th one? Ma'am, okay. Earlier participants have expressed that you are narrowing down the whole thing, how to go about, you know, making them deep learners and how to encourage lifelong learning in them. So basically, that star, the lifelong learner star, is met with...
Here. These are like
Exactly, ma'am. You are right. We are all lifelong learners. And ma'am has already told that we should keep upskilling ourselves, whatever be the cause. I mean, personal, professional, we have to always upskill ourselves. So we are definitely self-directed learners, and we want our students also to be self-directed learners. So at the end of this session, the specific learning objectives would be, I will always stick to it because I have taken the class on SLO. I wouldn't want to miss out on SLO. At the end of this session, audience will be able to define SDL. I'm going to use a short form SDL. Understand the process of implementing SDL and appreciate the use of technology. Of course, Devan sir is here to help us out there. Now, ABLS in 2010, UNESCO, and 2009 in Gueguelim, I'm sorry, I'm not able to pronounce that. And now this is the one who started in 1975 to tell that as educators, we are now challenged to prepare our students for a future we cannot even predict. Do you all agree? I mean, with artificial intelligence coming, the skill set, everything else is a different set that they had to be trained. With COVID came, where we all like Corona experts, we knew everything about Corona. I myself remember I decided not to read Corona chapter at all because it had never appeared in a final exam for microbiology. So of course COVID took out and we all became suddenly learners. We started learning about COVID and we all became proficient in it. So if we do not prepare our students to be self-directed, lifelong learners, we are going to do them a grave disservice. This is what is the need for SDL. This character in our Indian mythology, Ekalavya, we are all aware of this story, right? Ekalavya, he kept the Guru, Dronacharya's idol in the mud, and then he learned on his own how to shoot arrows. He was a very good example of self-directed learner long back in our Indian mythology. So now it's in 1975, put these keywords for the purpose of definition of a SDL or a self-directed learner. There should be an initiative with diagnosis of the learning needs and is able to formulate the goals. As well as what is required to achieve the goals, there is a need to identify the resources and come out with a learning strategy in order and implement the learning process. Finally, be able to evaluate the learning outcomes. So is anything missing here in normal curriculum? We as teachers give them the objectives, tell them what to learn, we even give them the resources. Finally, they come out with the learning and they are being evaluated by us. So is any component missing in SDL? All of the components are there, but who is executing all of the components? It is a learner. So basically it is learner centric. It is not teacher centric. Learner is going to do all of these activities by himself or herself. So in 2002, Patterson has listed out what are all the competencies that are required for a self-directed learner. They also have competencies. So they should be able to self-assess the learning gaps, of course. Now, why did we learn about COVID so much? There was a learning gap and there was a need. Okay, so that is the reason why we went ahead and learned ourselves. And we should be able to evaluate both self as well as others. These are the competencies that are identified and also able to reflect. Why is the reflection very important here? Because reflection leads to deep learning. It will build up the curiosity and make us a deep learner in wherever the gaps are present. And then of course for information management and critical thinking, these are all the competencies that are existing, should be existing within Ekalavya or any other self-directed learner to achieve the goal. And then last but not the least, the critical appraisal. Now skills for an effective SDL are goal setting skills, processing skills. So we see here the psychomotor domain is also there. Processing skill, decision making skills, self-awareness, content competence and other cognitive skills. Now these are all the skills in which the learner has to be proficient in order to execute SDL. When does SDL start? Yes, nobody has told any infant to go through the milestones that they do achieve automatically, right? So SDL is inbuilt in all of us, but only thing is once they enter a particular education ruins it, somebody told, right? Once they are getting into school, they are getting out of all the creative and innovative thinking abilities, they are getting it wiped off, the slate is clean. And once they enter into medical profession also, they do say that they are losing it out. I mean, we have observed as first year teachers, at the beginning of first year, they know much more than what they know at the end of first year. So we really wonder what is it that we are doing. Okay, so now coming to, this is for completion sake, there is growth stages for self-directed learning. He came out with stages where there are 4 stages. The stage 1 is student or the learner is in the dependent mode and teacher is the authority or coach. Can we tell this is at the school level? Okay, this is at the school level. Whatever a mother tells is wrong. Whatever teacher tells is right. Even if the teacher tells the same thing, no, the teacher told, that is why it is correct. Mother told, no, that is wrong, what you are telling is wrong, you are not right. So anyway, authority figure is a teacher. Next in stage 2, the facilitator becomes interested and the teacher is only a motivator or a guide. Stage 3, the learner becomes involved and the teacher is a facilitator here. For example, when we give student seminars or any group projects, for example, problem-based learning, case-based learning, here the learners are involved. The teachers are only facilitating the process. Now, if we come to the PG level, the learner is self-directed and the teacher is acting as a consultant or a delegator. For example, the PG thesis and all, you are there as a consultant. But then, every work has to happen from the learner side. So this is Grove's model of stages of development of SDL, self-directed learning. Now, why are we all listening to this? Because SDL is mandated by CBME. CBME has allotted hours in each of the phases for the purpose of SDL for students. If you see here, SDL, this is a column, actually anatomy, 40 hours for SDL, physiology 25 hours, and biochemistry 20 hours. 8Com is also a form of part of SDL, okay, 5 hours, and then, okay, let's leave this out. So this particular CBMA given guidelines has kept a particular number of hours for each of the subjects such that the students do the SDL. If you see in second year, pathology has 12 hours, pharmacology has 12 hours, microbiology has 10 hours, community medicine has 10 hours, forensic has 5 hours. If we come to the clinical side, mostly all have 5 hours around SDL, 5 hours, except for 10 hours by ophthalmology. And 6. Yes, ma'am. So the question, so what are you doing about this SDL? No? Ila, ma'am, it is there. You can you can download and see.
Each semester. First semester 5, the other.
So what is that is being done here? I would like to know what is being done for SDL here. Ma'am.
We asked him to use the visual activities that we have divided some 5 topics actually. One is visual activity, one is direct ophthalmoscopy, then pupil examination.
So you give them goals, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so can the goals or objectives be laid down by the facilitator for SDL? Ideally speaking, in Ekalavya, it was self-passion. Ideally speaking, it is up to the needs of the learner. Okay, so actually they are supposed to have their goals and objectives in mind. No, agreed. So in the present context, that is not the case. It is not the case elsewhere also. We only identify certain things where the learner has to go back and come back. But then, do you really evaluate what happened? I mean, you have given the topics, right?
No, we evaluate. Each student has to come back and demonstrate.
Exactly, ma'am. That is excellent. And do you also facilitate some kind of a learning resources for the process?
Actually, initially we teach them, and then we make them
Okay, ma'am. So that is a good way. They are at least helping towards that SDL, but then we wouldn't call that as a complete standalone SDL. It isn't, but it is dependent on the availability or the resource time and everything else. So basically SDL, because it is given, it is not that we put in our timetable between 4 to 5 or 5 to 6 as SDL. The facilitator ideally should be aware of what the goals of the learner are, how are they going to achieve it, and also keep track of the entire process of learning, including the evaluation, even though it is self-evaluation. So that is SDL, self-directed learning. We have to be constantly keeping an eye. So that would be SDL. So as I told earlier, Ken Robinson is the one who told, we are educating people out of their creative capacities. I believe this passionately, that we don't grow into creativity, we grow out of it. Or rather we get educated out of it. Now SDL allows the person to be creative. allows themselves to spread their wings and achieve what is it that they want. And in fact, it promotes a deep learning. And not only that, in life, they will continue to know how exactly to go about achieving as a lifelong learner. So this is something that in professional life has to be stressed upon and given importance to. So of course, as I told earlier, I'm going to skip all of these steps because this is exactly the process I told you. It is a partnership between the learner and the facilitator. Step 2 would be, see, facilitator is there always, taking a lookout, having a lookout on, is the learner choosing the appropriate learning activities. For it can be anything, you can just ask the learner, what is it that you're going to do about it? Don't suggest, no suggestions, nothing. The learner himself will diagnose and come out with ideas. Because the moment you tell something, they are wiped out of their creativeness. Step 3 would be to identify the competencies. So to achieve this, how would you go about? What would be the steps? So find out what are all the things that is required, the competencies that is required for the learner to achieve whatever the goal is. So having said that, step 4 would be to plan and program organization. See, SDL, one topic we help them through all the steps. The rest of the topics, they will be able to do it on their own. So that is the facilitator's role in this particular kind of a learning process. Step 5 is of course program implementation. We can always have a say and help them out, but not necessarily give them guidelines. Step 6 is, last but not the least, we should be able to evaluate. Like ma'am rightly told, they do come back and tell us what exactly they have done, what steps have been followed, etc., etc. But when we assess, please have a concrete plan in mind. That is, for example, we should have a rubrics. Rubrics is nothing but something which is validated with a checklist. So the way she evaluates will be same as what she is for a particular subject is same. Let it be standardized among the department. Let us not deviate between the things, because then the learner will come back and tell, no, that madam told like this madam is telling like this, ultimately I am writing like this. So they are also lost. Basically, standardization, validation is very much important in the department whenever you are executing something for the learner. So, initiation, communication, critical thinking, resource finding and sharing, teamwork, responsibility and respect, these are all the rubrics that you can use for the purpose of validating or evaluating the learner. As I told, please have a standardized assessment rubric. Let us not complicate things to the student by having different things in mind. Last but not the least, feedback helps in improvement. Improvement of all the stakeholders, not just the learner, the facilitator as well. So stakeholders' feedback is very much important. Now, this was a mind mapping activity that we did in back in my older college, ex-college, that we used to give them topics for mind mapping. And they have come out with creative ways of how best to do the mind mapping for a topic, any topic. This was what anti-diuretic hormone, ADH had given for mind mapping. It was a teamwork. I identified teams of people and made them do the mind map. They came out with using of technology. They found out an appropriate app. They did all the reading. They found out what is required to get into that mind map. From various resources, they brought all the things together and put it into a mind map. Believe me, it is definitely useful, and the same thing will always remain with them, and during in assessment, if it is asked, they'll come out with similar kind of a deep learning process, and it will be very evident in their papers. So the other thing is, I told you AIDCOM also can be part of SDL. We have encouraged this movie making. It was all just like how Reels was done here. They had a standardized rubrics of assessment. Similarly, we have done movie making for AIDCOM of what is it to be a patient or doctor-patient relationship. We had clear evaluation and everything was done accordingly. And the students landed up putting all of these movies into the YouTube. So now you see, the YouTube videos are also learning resources for future students. There is technology involved, there is deep learning involved. They have done a lot of research to do this particular movie making. They do not just come and do offhand whatever occurs to their mind. They are working on it. You have set the goals. We should not be setting, but we have given the platform for them to set their own goals, find out the learning needs, find out the resources, come out with a plan, execute it, and then get it evaluated as well. I think that itself is platform enough for any learner to go to a deep learning. Basically, we should be aware of how exactly to become a good facilitator. That is a skill set that we have to acquire in CBME. So this, following this particular SDL, there is always an important component of reflection. I've told earlier also, reflection promotes deep learning. And this reflection writing itself can be, see, whatever we speak, it comes in various components that has been covered in the last 3 days. Now once they write their reflection, not only they are promoting their deep learning, reflection as such, what happened, so what next. So when they reflect upon what they have done, they are going into deep learning mode. And if we have a copy of this, this itself becomes our portfolio logbook to evaluate. We can show them, this is the way in which we have assessed. So it comes into assessment also. So there are a lot of things that is very much interrelated, and CBMA is all giving us a platform for doing all of this. Last but not the least, to appreciate. Appreciation is a very important component of any activity we as facilitators have to do. We have given 150 certificates also for doing that. Use technology. We use technology. It is not achievable unless technology is used given the limited resources that we all have. There are enough applications available to generate automatic certificates. We have given certificates to all. And they are happy. And in fact, certificate becomes part of portfolio. It is even a portfolio for the student himself or herself to tell that during my first year MBBS I have done this. This is a very valid document. So similarly, and not only that, now madam had shown us a AJLMS. There was an LMS over there also engaged. We uploaded the same videos into our platform. So now it has become a learning resource for next year. Next year people will see it, we can use it for educational purpose. I can take a session on AIDCOM using this, and the juniors will be encouraged to do it again. Oh my god, our seniors, these are the ones who are acting, wow, it's so nice. So in every way, it's a win-win situation that's happening. Last but not the least, it gives a research opportunity also. Educational research has very good impact factor journals internationally. So any innovative thing that you come out of, you can always publish it for promotion purpose, for anything. It is giving us ample opportunity for research. So I guess all the stakeholders are in a win-win situation in this particular aspect. And use of technology, of course, Devan sir will be telling, but only one thing that I had to tell here is, I have used this particular application called as Padlet. Padlet is something where it is freely available, at least 6 Padlet. It's like a wall. You can enter, log into Padlet. It gives you a link. So once you share this link with a student, technology we cannot do away with it, but in right manner, right appropriately, please allow the students to use technology, share this link of Padlet, and ask them to put in whatever that you want. Now this particular snapshot is a Padlet of a previous revised basic course workshop which was conducted by Rashmi ma'am in Enapoya for the session on MCQ. So the responses that you see here is all the group activity that is done by the revised basic course workshop participants. So use of technology appropriately will enable deep learning. It will save on time, energy, resource, and it will promote the curiosity and interest of the digital natives whom we are dealing with. So I would like to conclude that we are all in a 21st century classroom, so it is very much essential that we use the right kind of technology for promoting SDL. Any queries? I'm sorry there was no activity because we are running short of time as well. Thank you so much. Over to Dr. Devan. You want the laptop, sir?
Thank you. Indeed, a proud moment for me to see this dynamic and active medical education department, which over the years we built, which I did not start because Neville did. 14 years back, Neville started this whole thing, handed it over to me, and then it has evolved. But then look at the brilliant, hard-working, focused, dynamic, capable faculties who have joined the group and taken it to version 3, really. Give them a big hand. Over the years, the statistic that came out was not even 10% of the students are able to recall 10% of what the teacher has taught, even 10 minutes after the class is over. And for the last 2 days, I have been ruminating on the various comments that emerged, that quite a number of students really do not focus. Many of them are lost. Many of them, actually including me, come for really the attendance. The large part of what I really did in my exams were primarily on reading in the library. Manipal, we have a fantastic library, and till 1 we are all there. But then self-directed learning in an interactive module is something that whose time has come, and no force can come in the way of an idea whose time has come. Now, over the years, we evolved a method in which 100% of you will have 100% recall more than 100 days after the program is over, in such a manner that you need not really revise the topic again. Is that really possible? Well, the MCA and therefore thereafter the erstwhile NMC still wonders how we can achieve that. Because they say classes are divided 3 groups. Those who make things happen, those who watch things happen, those who really wonder what's happening. But over the years, with the help primarily of my faculties and postgraduates, a method evolved. And then when it got perfected, I put it in the large medical education group. If faculties of the MU are not yet members, I'll send you the link. It's a massive group of more than 3,000 faculties across India, chaired by Professor Sanjay Bedi. And when this became evident, he said, why don't you take it to the next level? It became viral. 7 medical colleges invited me across India, Hyderabad, in Ahmedabad, in Kerala. I went, the entire college would be declared a leave to witness this thing. Of course, your earnest feedback is required at the end of my presentation. Now, I will convert all of you into fundamental undergraduates. And I will take a small class. I know we are running out of time. I will take a small class and see how this whole thing is. Slide change. So shall we, this is just a small little presentation, shall we have a small class on acoustic neuroma? Again, I have regressed you back to time in second year, third year MBBS students. Let's have a class. Let's answer the questions. Sometimes repetitions will be there.
Next go there. Question next
Exactly. You have the yes.
Extra axial. This is easy, 4 to 6 decade.
Sometimes you need to associate with words red lick, red paint, lick, Obersteiner red lick zone. That's the Yes. Yes.
ಇಷ್ಟು ENT ಎಲ್ಲ ಸಹ ಕಲಿಸಲಿಲ್ಲ ಇಷ್ಟು ENT ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಲಿಸಲಿಲ್ಲ
So well, what happened really? Did any of your minds wander elsewhere? No, it didn't. Did I have your rapt attention? Because quite often we find students scribbling, missing. Were you absolutely focused on this? Yes, indeed. Now let us have a look at. Let us have the entire batch respond, please. Develops from. Yes. Occupies. Oh my God. Found.
Intracranial extra.
Synonyms. Evolves from the sheep and can be either or adjacent to.
Laser pointer also is this line
Indeed.
change.
Most often, however, arises from which division? Yes.
Other one is laser.
And bilaterally found in which type? Yes. And it presents as which age range?
40 to 4 to 6 decade.
And finally, it arises near. And the transition point is called? Yes. And that zone is called? And the gross appearances? You are absolutely incredible. Now, as feedback determines, I have had feedbacks asked from countless batches, and they said, my God, so after that we only had to appear for the exams. This later on, 10 days later, please try to recall the zone, the age range, the synonyms, how it arises, from which point, where it occupies. Can you ever try to forget it? Absolutely not. However, there is a corollary to the story. If you were to dial *#07#, and then your phone will show a figure, *#07#, it will show a figure, which I requested and pleaded one faculty member here, please avoid, because when you dial *#07#, it will show a figure of 1.6 SAR, specific absorption rate, and in his phone, it was nearly 2. And I said, please avoid, which he did not care, and 8 months down the lane, he developed a brain tumor, acoustic neuroma. There is an epidemic of acoustic neuromas happening in Finland, where mobile phones were rampant. 15 minutes of usage per day makes you vulnerable. There are quite a number of people, including an uncle of mine, persistent user, you are vulnerable. Which phone has the highest radiation? iPhone 6. Which has the least? iPhone 6 Plus. So, apart from that, what there is an epidemic of now in Mumbai and among IT fellows, those who consistently use a mobile, there is a huge amount of parotitis, because warming, heating up of the face will cause burning, and finally the SNI will close. Too many cases of parotid surgeries are happening here. So again, come back again. This having been perfected over time, I have consistently employed it. Have ranks come our way to my department? Absolutely. Of course, we have never cracked the first rank. That never happened. But over the years, several ranks have happened. Many faculties, HODs ask me, how do you manage that? Well, this is the modality of teaching which we have implemented. And over the years, I made sure that we have an exhaustive question bank which you can implement too. And of course, my department, unless they master the bank, they cannot sort of touch a case. So here is a self-directed learning which I implement in classrooms. Now, can we take it to the next level? Yes. Yesterday we had a meeting with the major software company, Cloud, we are available online. A student can, as an app, go to a particular acoustic neuroma. Unless you answer the specific question, it will not take you to the next slide. Is that making teachers obsolete? Perhaps yes. But then, as robotics, artificial intelligence, and various things, AI, are it making countless professionals obsolete? Oh, definitely yes. You better be careful and reinvent yourself. Reinvent yourself to take it to the next level, because things are come here to stay. So thank you very much. Congratulations for your outstanding performance, all of your distinction students. And therefore, one last question. What is that zone, please? What is that zone where it happens? At what age range? From where does it arise? Fantastic. So, in the small little brevity of time, shall we just step on a little bit about emerging technologies in self-directed learning? And I will take you to the next level. I will open a window to your mind, and that will make you absolutely amazed at what is about to happen. As many of you have highlighted, many of the illnesses are simply disappearing. Many of the illnesses which we, in fact, my colleague, absolute perfect world-class micro-ossicular reconstruction surgeon, he said it's all gone. You don't come across such cases nowadays. Cholesteatoma is almost entirely disappearing. And if you are focusing on one illness, it is dangerous. However, many of the clinical findings, if it is disappearing, how do you still keep a track? How do I teach students? I do not have the various presentations on various heart murmurs as well as lung pathologies. Well, my good friend, somehow we met, we became good friends, and I said, please come down to AJN. Just on that one word, that's how we must appreciate it. He never thought about money or anything. He just, from the United States, Craig Nosh came down to AJ and talked about his emerging technology which he was implementing. And I said, please, if possible, try to influence the MCA to incorporate it in medical colleges in India. Well, that as yet has not happened, but it is across the board being implemented in schools in America. What is this? Craig Nosh's fantastic program online, and that is called iHuman. If it is a dash, actually, it's iHuman.us. I have had the privilege through Craig's influence, because he's the CEO of it, to author a couple of chapters. But believe me, once you go into iHuman, it is changing the face of technology. Why? Because look at this. You have the entire iHuman online. A whole host of illnesses have all been categorized. And any illness you click on it, the relevant pathologies, clinical manifestations will come online. And look at this. You're releasing the pressure. Exactly there, the Korotkov sounds will manifest. How often do we really go to a patient and do a pupillary reflex and look at the oculomotor nerve? But here you can directly go take a thing that's pointed and you focus on it, it will perform the various reflexes and eye findings. Right? As undergraduates, how often have we done all this here? Really. But then you can do this countless times online and perfect your findings until you are error-free. Do we also in self-directed learning, how often are we able to absolutely master temporal bone dissection from a postgraduate point of view? Rarely, because temporal bones themselves have disappeared. And how often can we really get the pathology which what I am operating tomorrow? Now this can be incorporated into a virtual temporal bone, and you can drill and see the pathology that you are encountering the next day. Now, can you actually get the actual touch? Yes, you can, because you can do that by what is called haptic touch, which my postgraduate is doing PhD in virtual temporal bone dissection using haptic touch. Now, this is a different game, because today we are now into Oculus Rift. We had a demo here from Singapore. The party came, I suppose that's the guy who went through various departments demonstrating. You are as if you are in the operating theatre. How often are we able to really see the various operative surgical techniques? But with Oculus Rift, you are as what the surgeon sees. And self-directed, you can learn the various finer nuances of especially orthopedic surgery. One wrong cut and there can be a tragedy. But here you can time and again replicate until you are error-free. Now that is, look at that. If that is Oculus Rift, look at this. Sen Gupta is a good, we met overnight and then I asked him to come down to AJ and demonstrate. Oculus Rift requires glasses, whereas this new thing called Pepper's Ghost, you can't even imagine Pepper's Ghost when you see a 3D image in front of you without any glasses. And Sen Gupta was kind enough to sort of accede to our request and he said he'll put it up. Now when I take a class, imagine the heart is mid-air floating and I can open up and show you the various chambers and how it actually is. This he made a presentation in cardiac ultrasonography, and look at the way that broke the channel or the gateway of how presentations will happen in the future on this technology called Pepper's Ghost. And if that is so, look at this. This is something I badly want to create. I've been trying heaven and hell. I hope shortly it will happen. This thing called HoloLens. And once HoloLens comes in, that's a different world. Because how often may we actually able to dissect, but then with HoloLens, once you wear that and click on it, you see how it will happen. As of now, only one college has incorporated this, and that is the D.Y. Patel, and also the Oftal guys in Chennai. See? You see? Now that is so. Virtual reality, augmented reality and altered reality are all here to stay. But this is something I sort of wanted to show you. All the way you go to a fantastic place called Bajivara in Italy. If artificial intelligence and all that, can robotics be anywhere nearby? Yes, in this hospital where I went, because I shot the video, absolutely no humans. Here we come across and go and see Akka, Aya, Wadbai. Here only robots were in the process of transporting material. That's a robot that is going to the lift. It is asking the lift to open and we go in. It will bring all the, for the classroom, it will bring the teaching materials. And in the dungeon of that hospital, only me and the engineer was there. So I had an eerie experience. Why is it eerie? Because please know, last month, 4 robots killed 28 workers in the robotic lab. Was it highly publicized? It was not, but that is something. Imagine like a virus entering your computer, when 4 robots killed 28 humans. If things go horribly wrong, then we are in for big trouble. Now, if that is so, we have seen altered, virtual, augmented, but can you really experience the way things are? Many students, how many students have here failed and say, sir, how many times I read, but I can't recall, how much I read, but I can't focus. Well, there's a new thing which a few of you have witnessed to, but of course, beyond the confines of medical education, I thought it would not be prudent enough for me to demonstrate. We have now gone into masters in hypnosis. How many students have I hypnotized? And the moment we do that, from average students, they jump and become photographic memory, something all of you have. If I activate your photographic memory, you read your text only once. You need to actually not read, really just see it. And during exam time, it will flash. 3 students we activated, they broke NEET, got into AJ, got into Malamullas, and got into Shema. Average students. The other day, this student from Singh doing his CA. CA you can hardly get 26, 27, but after this session, to have 46 out of 50. His professor was saying it's unbelievable. You know, the other day this student in mechanical engineering, average student, next exam, she was a university topper, they put her name on the college website. So hypnosis is a fantastic field which we are yet to explore. My privilege to study in Manipal, where in physiology there was a hypnotist who came and showed us the fantastic way hypnosis can alter. So there's a huge world out there which is yet to be understood and applied. But here we are, ladies and gentlemen, technology in the future. Thank you very much for your patience.
Thank you, sir, so much for that wonderful presentation. Now we shall all break for a very short tea break and reconvene for the valedictory and announcement of your results. So let us all break for tea, just 5 to 10 minutes. Participants, please note I have shared 4 links in the WhatsApp group. There is a post test, there is a day feedback, there is a retro pre-post test. There are 4 feedbacks, all mandatory to be filled by 30 participants. 4 feedbacks. There are 4 links. Before valedictory, otherwise the certificates with the result. You can do it now. Please use your own mobile data. Apparently it might not open with the Wi-Fi. All 4 are mandatory. Right.
So you all happy?
Exams are very good. Exams are very good. They support.
Collective effort is best.
What is the norm actually?
Validated. Certificate.
But some exam, some evaluation is there.
They are doing evaluation.
Zoom on. Second is that both the six is very loud. Both the six. Yeah,
Areas of assessment.
Competency is ability to complete this.
ನಿಮ್ದು ಮೊದಲು
ಯೂಟ್ಯೂಬ್ ಎಲ್ಲ
ಹೌದಾ ನಮ್ದಿಲ್ಲ ನಮ್ಮ ಕವರ್
ಸರ್
Good afternoon, one and all. We have now come towards the end of the workshop, Revised Basic Course workshop, and I now call upon the dignitaries onto the dais, Dr. Ashok Hegde, Principal, Dean AJIMS, Dr. Sushil, Vice Dean, AJIMS and RC, Dr. Devan, Professor of ENT and First MU Chief of this institute, NMC Observer, Dr. Rashmi Jain, and the MU Coordinator, Dr. Sharad. Participants, be seated. A very good afternoon, one and all. On behalf of Team MU, AJ Institute of Medical Sciences and Research Center, I consider it an honor and privilege to host the valedictory event of the Revised Basic Course workshop from January to February 2023. I thank the management for giving us the opportunity and all the support for the successful completion of Rbcw program. And I welcome you all to the present program. May I now sincerely request the NMC Observer, Dr. Rashmi Jain, to share a few words of the proceedings to the participants as well as the dignitaries and the faculty. Over to you, ma'am.
Good evening, everyone. So, good evening to all the dignitaries and good evening to my newfound friends. It's been a pleasure coming here and getting to the job at hand. Observing this workshop, I honestly am telling you, I was more a part of it. So, every time there was something happening, it was like I wanted to jump in. It was a good workshop, well organized, well planned. NMC gives us guidelines, like I told you in the beginning, but each college has its own liberty to decide the way they are implementing it or offering it to the participants. So your college MU has done a good job. So kudos to that. Please round of applause. Organizing the event, that also when it doesn't belong to your department, one of the toughest thing. Organizing a conference of your own department, also tough, but organizing any MU event where you have an observer sitting on your head, not at all easy job. And you did very good job. The way all of you worked together, the entire team, some new members, some old, some very senior members. So it was good. Good to have a good mix of all cadres, of all experiences of resource faculty. I learned a lot. I can say that much. And I hope during my interactions, I have not hurt anybody, any of the resource faculty. It was all in good faith. So thank you so much for having me as an observer. It was a pleasure to come to your institute. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you so much, ma'am. You have been a very good help here for sharing your rich thoughts and getting us elevated to the next level in medical education. Thank you so much, ma'am. May I now invite our Dean, Dr. Ashok Hegde, to share his words of wisdom.
Good evening to everyone. I'm sure you must have had a nice time last 3 days. Like Rashmi Jain initially told, attend this program with an open mind, because mind and umbrella works only when it is open. I'm sure. And you all must have become undoing of certain things, and you must have become good teachers and good in assessing the students also. So I take this opportunity to profusely thank Dr. Rashmi Jain for dedication and commitment for the last 3 days, and also medical education unit of our college and all the participants to participate in great zeal. Thank you one and all.
Thank Thank you so much, sir, for gracing the occasion despite your busy schedule. Now for the most important feedback, that is the most important stakeholders here, the participants. I now invite one of the participants to share your feedback with all of us.
Good evening, everybody. At the outset, I think the team of MEU, which has put together this program, needs to be given a standing ovation. I request all the participants to kindly give a standing ovation. Going out of the way from their normal schedule, please be seated. Going out of the way from their normal schedule, preparing so much of material on their own, and being able to impart this to even a small group of 30 people is something which is really amazing, and it's a human service you're doing not only for the college, it's also for the entire education system and the field of education. Overall, most of the lectures were pretty well planned, though there is a lot of repetition and overlap, but sometimes repetition also helps in reinforcing. So some repetition cannot be avoided. So overall, I don't think anybody wouldn't have complaints about the repetition part, and everything is kind of well planned. The workshops were also not too taxing; they were like perfectly managed, and I thank all of them for taking this initiative to conduct it. Now, my only worry is now only 30 people have attended, so there should be some way in which the MEU can, because there are certain key takeaway slides, like take-home points, like about the PowerPoint presentation, or about assessment, or about whether the MEU can impart this knowledge to all the other faculty also on a weekly basis through sending maybe one snippet, one slide, one piece of information or something in the college group. It will really help the others, because I have attended CISP 2 also, and this, but after 5 months or now after 2 years, though there is repetition, the recall factor is very low. So that will happen to all of us sitting here as well. If you ask us all these things after 3 months, most of us would not remember. So either you should keep the material readily available for anybody to access at any time, or make it in a bigger way so that almost all the faculty are aligned with this concept of CBME. Because we have already implemented the CBME curriculum, but most of the faculty have not been able to undergo the course. So there is a big vacuum there. So that has to be filled somehow by the college. I think Dean Sir can think about it, how this can be put in a smaller or a concise way and involve all the faculty to some extent to know at least the basics of the CBME and how the CBME curriculum is different from the curriculum which we have been following all this time. And once again, I thank everybody, and thank you for hosting this CBME in the medical education unit. In fact, for most of us, it's the first program we are having in this new skill lab, and it's wonderful, and it's a pride for our institution that we are having this, and the biggest asset of our institution has always been the faculty, and we have really shined in these 2-3 days. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for that valuable feedback. Feedback is for improvement. Anyway, now let us come towards the most awaited moment. The results are out. I should congratulate all the resource faculty here as well as the learners. We have all passed. So let us come towards distribution of the certificates. I request the dignitaries on the dais to give the certificate. Dr. Chidanand Murthy, as I call out the names, please. A round of applause for Dr. Ritesh B. Shetty. Dr. Veena Bhagwan. I also call upon the NMC observer to join Dean Sir. Dr. Prajna Sharma. Dr. Rajni. Dr. Preetal. Praveen Kumar John. A round of applause, please. Dr. Manjul Anand. Let's keep it going. Dr. Devika. Dr. Rukma Bandari. Dr. Srinivas Bhatt. Dr. Ganesh Kumar Khandige. Dr. Chandrasekhar of Pediatrics. Dr. Sanjay Badigar. Dr. Ashwati Rajan. Dr. Chandrasekhar R. Dr. Abhin. Dr. Kishan Rao. Dr. Akansha Shetty. Dr. Priyanka Shetty. Dr. Anita. Dr. Siddharth Murthy. Dr. Madhuri. Dr. Alaka. Dr. Kavita. Dr. Robin Shetty. Aarti Deepak, Dr. Aarti. Dr. Nishita. Dr. Janice. Dr. Pratima. Thank you, sir and ma'am. May I now request our Dean Dr. Ashok Hegde to present the certificate and memento as a token of our appreciation to the LMC observer Dr. Rashmi Jain. May I also request Dr. Ashok Hegde, Dr. Rashmi Jain, Dr. Sushit sir to give away the certificates to the resource faculty as well. May I call upon Dr. Sharad Kumar, the MU coordinator. Dr. Devan sir, request you to join us. Dr. Arvind. Dr. Sushil sir. Dr. Ryan. Dr. Shodan. Dr. Ullas Shetty. Dr. Devan. Dr. Vindhya. Dr. Krishna. Thank you so much. We shall all rise now for the national anthem as we draw towards the end of the valedictory. Jana Gana Mana Adinayaka Jaya He Bharata Bhagya Vidata Punjab Sindh Gujarat Maratha Dravida Utkala Banga Vindhya Himachala Yamuna Ganga Uchchala Jaladi Taranga Tava Shubha Name Jage Tava Shubha Ashish Mage Gahe Tava Jaya Gata Jana Gana Mangala Dayaka Jaya He Bharata Bhagya Vidata Jaya He Jaya He Jaya He Jaya 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 He. Thank you one and all. We shall have a session of group photograph now. I request all the